Dear God, today as this session opens, we pray that your presence will be before us and everyone who serves in the decision-making process of our city. We pray for direction which will lead our city to be strong and unified. May we continue the legacy of our founders. May we be granted this day the wisdom to make decisions which will be for the good of our city. We also pray for your special blessing on all those who are working to transform our city and make it a better place to live and work. Amen. Please honor our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Councilor Kennedy.
Here.
Councilor Leahy.
Here.
Councilor Laurie.
Here.
Councilor Martin.
Here.
Councilor Mendonça.
Here.
Councilor Mercia.
Here.
Mayor Murphy.
Here.
Councilor Nguyen.
Here.
Councilor Elliott.
Here.
That's 9 present.
Thank you. We're here again to take up the budget, as this is a continuing of the of last week's meeting. We have in City Council a vote approving the budget for the City of Lowell for fiscal year 2013. Motion to waive the full reading by City Councilor Vesta-Noon, seconded by Councilor Mendonça. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Reading by title in City Council vote. Approving the budget for the City of Lowell for fiscal year 2014. At this point, I'd open it up for discussion. Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a couple of opening statements. I didn't make any last week, but I have had a chance to go through the entire budget, and I do have a number of questions which, as we go through the budget, I'll look forward to asking them. But in large part, it does look like a good budget. It does increase a 0% in the levy, which to me is a good thing. But I also want to say that I believe the City Council, as well as the manager, has as much to do with the 0% increase, not only this year, but also marginal increases in the past, because I think we brought that message forward from the people who hire us, and that's the people, that's taxpayers. And I know I heard that message, and we brought that forward. So I know we can always do better. There's always areas in the budget that we can look to streamline, to reduce costs, and as we go through this, I'm sure we'll find areas, but it is a lean budget. And I think the council has done its job in providing oversight, bringing issues for more transparency, and that is essentially what we're supposed to do. So I just wanted to also make that, and our job is to hold the manager's feet to the fire, and ask questions, and make sure that the expenditures are being done in accordance with the law and in the right manner. So with that, I do have some questions on the revenue side, and I know that we're probably going to go right into the expenditures by line item. So, Mr. Manager, we did get the report from the city auditor last week, and I guess I'd like to go right to line item number 1, and that is on the levy increase. I did see in your narrative on your general fund forecast that you indicate tax growth was limited at 1.5 in 2002 and 0% in 2013, and again in 2014. So I went to, based on this revenue projection, can you tell me where you get the numbers for the revenue growth? And I see you factored in the 1.7 in the levy limit, or the levy amount this year, and how can that be? Because we didn't get 1.7 million in new growth, from last year, correct? Thought the number was around 1.1, and we had put 1.75 in the budget.
Correct.
So how can you carry that forward if we didn't get it? Meaning you added it to the
Oh,
levy, added to the levy figure, and we can't do that.
Right, no, you can't. What you're reading off the FY13 approved?
Correct.
Yeah, basically, that's just giving you a sense of what we put in the budget last year so that there's consistency. If someone were to look at last year's budget document and this year's budget document, you would see that there'd be consistency. We didn't change that. The more appropriate number, if you look on page 52 of the budget book, at the very top, you can see when we put in the $1.75 million, it gave us a total property tax number of 109,498. You see in FY, and then you look to the next column over, the FY14 number of 108,866,883. That's what we've actually carried into FY14, not the 109 number, the 108 number,
Okay.
reflecting the decrease in growth.
Okay. So thank you. So I'm not sure if this is to you or to the auditor, but based upon the budgets that she loads or the revenue figures that she has, FY13 has a total revenue collection of only 105.8.
What page are you looking at, Council?
I'm looking at page, looks like page 1 of the revenue.
You should be looking at the revised estimate for the personal property is 6,000,004, and the revised for the real estate is 1,000,002.
I am looking at actual year-to-date revenue between personal property and real estate taxes.
Right.
And if you took the 99.7 plus the 6.1, that's 105.8.
Those are the actuals that we had received as of 6/10, not the budget.
So in 1 week's time, you anticipate collecting another 2.9 million?
In
Is
all
that-
actuality, it's basically 4 more weeks.
Okay. So wouldn't that have come in because we settle quarterly bills?
They don't all come in at once.
Mr. Manager.
And if I may, Counselor, I think if you, I don't know if you've done this exercise in the other years that you've been on the council, but I don't think you'll ever find that in a given year, that's the levy, that's not the amount that we collect. We collect we do very well, we collect about 98% thereabouts of but you carry that number in the budget, what the levy is.
Well, my concern is looking forward that next year when you have this levy, then you can go out and then you can increase the levy on top of that. But I understand that, I understand the explanation. So you think you're going to collect 100% of what you put in as the levy?
I think everyone, my experience in 30 plus years of doing this is basically you put in the amount that you're going to collect, you put in the amount that you're taxing, you only collect probably 98% of it, and then you pick up the remaining amount in subsequent years under tax title.
Right, I did see that because there is a line item on this report that says that you're including the 2.3 as part of your revenue collection, and that's from FY12, right?
It's probably from multiple years.
Well, the line item that I'm looking at says 2.306.
I don't have it in front of me, but yes, it is right. That's what we picked up in FY12, yes.
So my point is, I'm just concerned that we're projecting revenue collection and of course, I'm looking next year, because next year is very clear that, taxes are going up. So what can we do in advance to make sure we can marginalize any tax increase, knowing there will still be 0% increase this year, but not bank on revenues from prior year that we're including in our revenue estimates?
Again,
Make sense?
I think so, but again,
Okay.
this is generally the way it's always done. Every year, I would be willing to say that if you went back and looked at this report going back 20 or 30 years, you would find the same thing.
Right.
And that you put into your levy calculation 100% collection, knowing I mean, we could, I suppose, be even more conservative than we already are with some of our other receipt estimates, and do so in the tax side of things by saying the levy is X number, but we're only going to carry 98% of that because we're only going to collect that amount.
Okay.
But, so you could, I suppose you could do that. I've never seen it done, but
Okay.
you could do that.
Well, I just, as we try to sharpen our pencils, it's just something I have questions and I think it's important to raise, which sort of coincides with the next figure, or the new growth figure. I'm curious why we would put more new growth in, knowing that, I know you did a lesser amount from FY '13, but it's still a significant amount more than what we were faced, that we
Yeah. It's,
got approved or will get approved by DOR this year, to the tune of approximately $500,000.
right. It's a bit aggressive, but we've had enough, I think if you look historically over the past 7 years or thereabouts, you will find that our new growth is running in that level, as opposed to the 1.1 that we got last year. This is also a reval year that we may pick up additional amount in personal property that that's what tends to happen in those years, as well as some other other growth that you wouldn't normally pick up.
So how much new growth do we have to pick up in order to get an additional $500,000 from this year's new growth figure?
Is that any, Susan, do you have to, I mean, that's, I'd have to,
I mean, I guess my point is a substantial amount, Mr. Manager, isn't it? In order to
think
say,
it's-
we got this much new, we're factoring in 1.5 million, 1.6 million in new growth, new taxes. And in order to get that, you have to have in the hundreds of millions of dollars of new revenue.
okay, if I could, just to give you some perspective on this. Generally, we've been, it's been back and forth. We tend to estimate low. In fiscal year 2008, we brought in close to 3 million in new growth. In fiscal year 2009, we brought in just over 2 million. In fiscal year 2010, we brought over 2 million. In fiscal year 11, we brought in 1.7. In fiscal year 12, we brought in about 1.8. In fiscal year 13, we brought in about 1.3. If you look at so if you look over that period of time, we've generally been in the 1.8 to $3 million number for growth. So, and with the market heating up with development, we feel it's going to be tight, but we think we can get to close to 1.6.
So are there some big projects that are coming online that don't have TIFs that we can make up that 1 point, or that essentially $500,000?
Yeah.
I guess I'm asking these questions, as you know.
There's a
Mr.
lot of
Manager.
properties. There aren't any large projects necessarily, but there are a number of smaller. We're building, in terms of smaller projects that people are doing. It's amazing how quickly that does pick up.
So how did you make up moving forward, how did you get, where was that lapse in revenue that was estimated that didn't come in? Where was it made up?
Oh, in the 1.6?
In the
Well, I
one-
mean, from last year?
1.1, right.
We picked it up in miscellaneous receipts that we had,
Okay.
that we put that, because we held to the 0 increase.
Right, okay.
Again, we're I think if you look at the budgets that we've put together over the past 7 years, we tend to be very conservative. Again, in the new growth area, those numbers I just gave you, we underestimated growth in 2008, 2010, 2012. We were right on target in 2011, and very, very close in 2009. The only one that we were really down was 2013.
No, I understand the prior years, I'm just looking at last year, because that's what we have to base it on. But if you pick it up in other estimated sheets, I did see where there were some that were, some exceeded the estimated revenue, and then there were some that did not. So I just have a couple other questions on the revenue. Looks like payment in lieu of taxes are going down. Same thing with real estate revenue return fines. Could you explain what that exactly is?
Which one?
I'm sorry, line item, I'm on page 52.
Yep.
See, some are dead on, because that's what we get from, I think, the state, like motor vehicle excise, 6587 came in. So I was moving down a little bit further on page 52 to real estate return
Actually,
fines.
motor vehicle excise is usually one that we have to estimate that. They don't give us that ahead of time. We have to estimate
So
that.
you're projecting an additional almost 300,000 people going out buying cars?
Yes.
Okay.
Which other one did you have?
Real estate return
Do you want to speak to
fines.
that?
I'm sorry, motor vehicle penalty and interest came in at 934 this year, and we're scaling it back. Do we anticipate people paying their bills on time? That's a pretty good jump.
Actually, we set that budget number based on how we see the receipts coming in the current year. We are a little ahead of our budget of 679, so we're anticipating 705. Just so everybody knows what that is almost all the statutory interest that we charge on late bills.
Okay. And I had another question. It's on the second page, on page 53. It says midway through down the page, it's a $900,000 reimbursement other.
That's the FEMA reimbursement for the Storm Nemo.
So we got 900,000 for that.
We will be
Okay.
getting that in fiscal year 14.
So it's a one-time
Correct.
revenue source.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I think those are the only questions I had on the revenue side. Thank you.
Council Martin?
I was going to chime in on the new growth and the percentage, but I think Mr. Moses answered most of that last week, so I'm all set.
Fair enough. Council Laurie?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. There's been a considerable decrease in the permits on the revenues. Do we know why, or do we anticipate maybe picking up again next year?
Well, as I said last week, last year, the permit fees were higher because we had some large exempt projects like the hospital that pulled permits. Even though they're not generating new growth and property taxes, they do pay permit fees.
Right.
So we don't have a lot of those non-taxable big projects this year, which is one of the reasons why the permit income is lower in 2013, or will be lower, and hence we can't go above what we're collecting in the 2014 budget. We can't go above what we're collecting in 2013, even though if things turn out back to normal, if they get back to normal, we'll probably exceed the budget.
And does that follow suit with the university? I believe they pull permits, no?
They don't pay us for their permits.
They pull them?
No.
No?
No, the state projects are exempt.
Okay. No, that was the one real question I had, and I knew we had some substantial, and the hospital came to mind, construction, but I was wondering if we were probably going to even off maybe again next year. Okay, thank you.
Council Mercier?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager. I wasn't going to talk about this issue, but since Councilor Laurie is talking about pulling permits and how come the revenue is down, here's a scenario that's true that I want to know. If someone had some work done, say they put in a sewer line tied into the city without pulling a permit, never notified the city, went to sell the property, someone else bought this property and never got a sewer bill on this particular property, but it all came to light because the new owners realized that they do have sewer tie-in, but now the person is gone, sold it to a new person. What obligation does the city have to go after this person to get? Did we get the back bills of an estimated sewer bill that they never paid for in many years? What's the scenario here? What is the answer
I
here?
think that's a good legal question. I don't know if the solicitor has an opinion on that. I usually practice law, but I'm going to skip this time.
Madam Solicitor?
Well, so you don't know the law as to what we, as a city, would do? Would we go back
That's
and
it.
try to get something?
We would, if something like that came to light, we would have a sit-down with our legal people and try to figure out how to go get that money.
One of our legal people is here, so,
Okay.
Madam Solicitor?
Sure. It would be somewhat similar, actually, to the collection of back taxes. We would run an estimate as to how much money the city was, quote, out of pocket from the services that we rendered, and we would do an accounting, we would contact the owner, and then we would begin the process of collecting that which is due to the city, which was never waived.
Well, what I understand is the person was contacted, and he thought that...
Just to, not to interrupt, but is this an actual ongoing controversy?
I don't know where it
City?
is.
And the reason I ask is that if it is, it's probably best that we have the discussion. Maybe I could call you for the details, and then we can take whatever action is deemed appropriate, but not necessarily do it, this kind of exchange in an open session.
After the council budget hearing, I'll give you the address.
Okay, that'd be great.
At this point, how does the council wish to proceed? Councilor Elliott?
Sorry, could I have, I just had one more question on receipts. Mr. Manager, Mr. Moses, what is, I see there's a significant reduction from MSP reimbursement, and I knew it was declining, but last year we went from 9 million, and this year to 4.8. What is the, I know it's reimbursement from the state, we have no say on it, but what is, do we see a similar reduction in the debt service for those for those notes that were taken out way back when?
Yes,
We do.
yes, those, I can flip to,
I guess I can ask that question when we go to debt service, right?
no, that's all right. Debt service last year was $16.9 million. This year it's 13.9. So it goes down $3 million. And while we're paying off much of that old school debt that was issued 20 years ago to build all the schools in Lowell, we're picking up some additional debt as well. But the $3 million reduction in debt is mostly due to mature bonds of the schools.
Okay. And does that trend continue, I mean, from the, not only from the state MSB reimbursement of a reduction in reimbursement, but also in our debt service for those schools? I mean, we're going to see a decrease from the state. Does the debt continually kind of almost gradually decline?
It's actually not very smooth. It comes in chunks like it did this year. We'll go another year, and then there'll be another several $1 million reduction because we issued that debt in chunks. And just a reminder for everybody, the MSBA has changed the way they issue their grants, and we no longer bond for the full amount, and they reimburse us on a yearly basis. They reimburse us during the construction phase so that we never bond the gross amount. We only bond the net amount. That's what we saw with the green repair project in the schools. And the Maury, right?
Okay, thank you. We're going line item by line item.
If that's the wish of the council. Motion by Councilor Elliott, seconded by Councilor Leahy. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed? So voted. First line number is the City Council Personnel Services in the amount of $140,000. Believe we need to take vote of necessity. Madam Solicitor? Rule 28.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
before voting on our own salaries, we need to take a vote of necessity? Entertain a motion. So moved by Council Mendonça, seconded by Council Lowry. Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
Counselor Lowry.
Yes.
Counselor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Mendonça.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
Again, the line item is for personal services for the city council in the amount of $140,000.
Move approval.
Move to approve by Council Kennedy, second by Council Mendonça. Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
Counselor Lowry.
Yes.
Counselor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Mendonça.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
Next, we have the line item for the city council ordinary expenses in the amount of $7,500. Council Elliott?
This line item was increased by $2,500. Looks like there was an adjustment. Could you tell us what that was for? And could we cut our own line item by what it was last year? Well, I guess it is, sorry. What is the $2,500 increase this year?
It's level funded. Are you looking?
No, I know, but there was a transfer for $2,500 last year into this line item. I'm going to presume it must be for advertising, but I don't know.
Right, that's for advertising. So it's budgeted, it's level funded, but there was 2,500 added in, I believe? So that- Right, reinsured.
Do we know what that is, Madam, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the auditor or
It's for advertising.
the clerk? So we spent $10,000 for advertising last year?
That's this year.
That's this year.
I mean, this year, right?
We've spent $8,496 to date, but you've got encumbered $1,192.
Okay. All right, thanks.
I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion to approve, so moved by Council Mendonça, seconded by Council Kennedy. Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
Counselor Lowry.
Yes.
Counselor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Mendonça.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Thank you. Next, under the mayor's budget, we have personnel services. The amount here listed is $46,980. I'd like to amend that to $46,115. That number was made in error. What's the wish of the council?
Say the number again.
$46,115.
Move to amend.
Motion to amend by Council Martin, seconded by Council Mercia,
No, I'm just commenting on it.
seconded by Council Noon. Any further discussion on the amendment? Roll call, please.
I'm just questioning that.
Okay, so
Questioning
that
that
would be
line.
further discussion. Council Mercia.
Thank you. So, in fiscal year 13 was approved personnel, 42,808, right?
Correct.
And then it went from 42,808 to $46,115. This is a contractual raise or not?
It is, to the $46,115. It went from $42,808. According to a vote of the city council on August 14th, shortly after, the salary was $44,224. Because the vote on the implementing ordinance of the budget occurred on August 14th after the current employee was hired. And therefore, there was no legal way to actually not give that employee the same as the other employees at the time.
So this 46 is in conjunction with the rest of the raises that took place?
That's correct.
This is what this is? That's what I'm asking?
Yep.
Okay, thank
That is
you.
correct.
Council Laurie?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question here, too. Next year, you're going to have a new mayor, you could have a new secretary. If the current secretary has, say, a week or two vacation that we have to pay, is there enough money in the budget? I don't want to run short. And that's my question.
Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, to the councilor's question, that would be the type of thing that we would come into the council for a transfer if need be.
Where would that transfer come from, though?
The contingency fund.
Okay. No, it was a question I have because there's a possible change, and when an employee leaves with a week or two vacation, we do have to compensate them. So I just wanted to make sure we had enough in the budget.
Right, there's a number of scenarios where that could be worked through.
I'll also point out, Counselor, that the $46,115 is not the actual salary.
Right.
That is what is budgeted for. That's what could potentially be the salary, but not necessarily.
Absolutely, I just want to make sure
So
we're
there may
covered.
still be room in the budget if that particular scenario came to play.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Elliott?
So I guess this raises a larger question, which we go through almost every year, and which I had hoped that we would not have to by looking at the personnel ordinance. And I did notice in the narrative that there are raises are factored in. It's a fully funded personnel ordinance written in the narrative section that all individuals that are eligible based upon the old ordinance are still going to get raises. I mean, this is a substantial raise, and I'm going to presume that there's a cost of living increase and as well as a step increase. Is that what you're referring to?
Right, but that's not necessarily what comes to pass.
Okay. What will come to pass?
Well, the 2.5% at July 1st is automatic based upon the personnel ordinance.
Okay.
The 2.75%, which is what I think you attempted to address with your earlier motion, would potentially come to pass on January 1st, but not necessarily the case,
Right.
and not for every employee.
Right. But this budget includes apparently a 2.5% increase for all of those employees. And I thought we made it clear that when you bring that budget in, we wanted to see the grid. We wanted to see what the impact was going to be for, because that ordinance, the revised ordinance, has not been passed. It's still in the committee, correct? Yet all of these raises are included in here, and I don't think that's the right way to do it, and I'm not going to support these. Why didn't you bring that forward, Mr. Manager? I thought we made it clear that we wanted to have that grid, see what the impact was going to be before it was included in the budget. I think that makes it a much more transparent way to show, to show people as well as us that, what's in this budget. These are the increases that these individuals are getting, and potentially grade increases as well.
Mr. Manager?
I want to make sure the council is done.
Yes.
Okay. I think I've been very upfront and clear with the council on this, that we were utilizing the old ordinance and we were including within this. I know that I said this last week, and I said it at the Personnel Subcommittee, that we were going to use the old ordinance until such time as we could agree on a new one, because, that's the law, it's there, and that we were carrying a 2.5% increase for the non-union employees that was very similar to the union employees. The step raises that they would be entitled to, we would look at trying to get the new ordinance in place with the use of a compensation classification plan between now and next January so that we could address that more fully, but until such time as that occurs, there is under the ordinance, there is the 2.75% potential for people who go through a positive evaluation. So, in terms of transparency, Councilor, I think we've been very transparent about that that's what we're doing. And these are our Those are the way we want to handle these employees.
Counselor Elliott.
And I remember the discussion, and I remember you getting up, a little aggravated, Mr. Manager, when I said, well, that ordinance includes automatic pay increases. If I read this, or I understand it correctly, you're saying that this is the law that's in place. So there are automatic pay increases as a result of that ordinance. Otherwise, you wouldn't put those in,
No.
correct?
No, actually, Councilor, and I don't recall getting aggravated about it. I think I may have been frustrated because every year you raise this issue, and we tell you every year that they're not automatic. They have to go through an evaluation process, a performance evaluation process, and if they make it through that, then they are entitled to it under the ordinance. Having to go through that process, makes it very clear that they're not automatic. And I think we've said this time and time and time again, and the same holds true now. They're not automatic. If they were automatic, they wouldn't go through the process.
Which is, just to clarify, one piece of it is not automatic, but the other is. 2.5% on July 1st is automatic. 2.75% on January 1st is not. Councilor Elliott.
This is a record that we've agreed 2 times in 2 weeks, Mr. Mayor. That's exactly what my point is. There is an automatic increase in
yes.
here.
The 2.5%, just as there
But
is for the union people who have a contract, there's a 2.5% increase this year for those employees. There's a 2.5% increase here for the non-union people.
Right.
It's the 2.75 that is not automatic.
Right, I understand that, but the difference is, union employees have to negotiate it. Other union employee, this personnel ordinance, it's automatic, and that is it's not right. That should have been included beforehand. So I move that until that ordinance is before us, that these, some automatic and some not automatic increase be held off until we find out what that grid is and what the impact is. I have to tell you, Mr. Manager, it's very difficult. When I say transparent, I mean it's a challenge to figure out who's getting what, whether it's a 2.5% or 2.5% and a 2.75%. So I think it would be more clear, and I would personally like to see, okay, these are the employees, this is what they're entitled to under the ordinance, and then these are the step raises that they are entitled to, and pending a performance evaluation, this is what they're going to get. That is, I think, in my opinion, a better way to do it, so.
Mr. Manager.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, a couple of points. I think that with regards to doing it differently, I've done a lot of things differently with the budget over my 7 years here. That's one thing I've just kept consistent for the council, and I think, Councilor, you've been here longer than almost anybody, and it's been this way each and every year that you've been here. So, we can certainly look to do that moving forward, to do something along those lines, but that's the way it's always been done. And I think that, again, we were very clear up front that this budget includes that 2.5% increase. I do think you made a very interesting point, though, about the union employees and the non-union employees. The union employees go through a process of negotiating, sitting down, and getting their raises in that manner. And that's the way the collective bargaining process works, and I understand that. They have a number of other benefits under their union contract that regarding termination rights, rights to hearings, rights with regards to grievances. I could go on and on and on and on. These employees that are covered under the ordinance, that are the non-union employees, they don't get those benefits. They don't get the benefit of overtime. They don't get the benefit of a hearing. If they were to be dismissed, they don't ever get a hearing with regards to disciplinary action that's taken against them. They serve at the will of the manager, and so they, things are a little bit different. And frankly, they don't get to negotiate. When, if you look back historically, these employees have gone years where they did not get raises when the union people did get raises, because they don't have the power to negotiate. At least they don't now. I suppose they did at one time, and I suppose they might choose to look to that in the future. But right now, they get what we give them. And we're very clear each year on how much that cost of living raise is, as I am this year, that it's a 2.5% raise. And I think these employees deserve a tremendous amount of respect from me, and I think they deserve a tremendous amount of respect from the council and the citizens of the city with the job that they do.
Councilor
You know,
Elliott.
but, Mr. Manager, you turn this into the employees and the job that they do, as usual. It's not a criticism on them, it's the way that the information is presented in the budget. You're always boasting about the budget and the way you present information. I just personally think that it would be more transparent, it would be more easily understood, and we could see, what are the employees getting? What step raises are they getting, instead of just lumping it all in together? This is not an indictment on the employees, it's just a simple request and my concern, and I thought we made it very clear at a number of meetings that we have held. You even indicated at one of the meetings, yes, we need to revamp this policy. There is a better way to do it, and I'm just bringing that forward now. I'm just reiterating the same concerns I've had since I filed the motion at the subcommittee meetings, and it's just a way of presenting and providing who's getting what and where the money is being spent. That's all. So I made the motions, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
What's that? I didn't catch the last part.
I said I did make the motion in my previous comment, so I don't know if it was seconded or not, but
Could you repeat the motion?
the motion was just that we, before any cost of living or step raises are approved, that we get the salary grid, salary schedule, and we see who is getting what, and whether it's just a COLA or what step raise is included. It'd be nice to know what the impact of these raises are. We know what they are for the rest of them.
Mr. Manager?
Well, he's made that motion, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps you want to wait for a second.
Seconded by Councilor Kennedy.
Yes, I'd like to speak on the motion.
Before you do, we have Councilor Martin and then Councilor Kennedy.
So, people should have, there's 2.5% increases in this budget for virtually everybody. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that comes after at least 2 years of 0%, 0%. We've all voted on those union contracts. This year, the union contracts, at least the ones that have been settled to date, call for a 2.5% increase, right?
That's correct.
So then there's this group of non-union employees that the budget calls for 2.5% increase for them, which is per the non-union personnel ordinance.
It's in accordance with that. That's right. We have some flexibility there, but we felt that it was fair to give the same. Yes.
Okay, so that's pretty much everybody. Then that ordinance also calls for a potential additional increase on January 1st, depending on evaluation, and that's the whole grid process that is under review at the subcommittee.
That's correct.
Right? So I think we've had these discussions, and you, I think, agree that, as I think many of the councilors agree, that, that grid process could be improved, right?
Correct.
There could be fewer grades, fewer steps. It could be better understood by everybody. And we started down that road, and I think your desire, at least, was to have some sort of salary study done, comparable communities, before you proposed a final revision to the ordinance.
That's correct.
So I feel like I'm leading the witness here, but but I'm not supposed to ask questions I don't know the answer to. So that is, let me ask you this: is it likely that process would be completed before January?
I am hopeful, yes.
So, however that gets sorted out, there'll be a process in place for some sort of step increase, performance evaluation, some combination thereof for non-union employees.
Correct.
And there's going to be some, if that all gets approved and the ordinance is approved, there's going to be some money needed to pay for all that.
There may be.
right?
Correct.
So, and there's money in this budget based on, right now, the 2.75%, right?
Correct.
And that, what's that dollar amount, roughly?
I think it's about $45,000.
Okay, so there's 2.5% for everybody is in this budget.
Correct.
And then there's $45,000 set aside that if we didn't revamp the ordinance would go under the existing one, but we're hoping for a better process.
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to get the parameters around the magnitude of what we're talking about here. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out that what the line item before us, before the motion came before us, is just an appropriation. So it's just so that the money will be available, and that's it. We have until January to act on Councilor Elliott's motion. So Councilor Elliott, there's no reason not to vote for Councilor Elliott's motion because it doesn't do anything to, or it doesn't need to do anything to this appropriation. There's no reason not to appropriate this amount and then to take a look at the grid at some point between now and January 1st.
Correct.
Right. So for that reason, I'll support the motion, but I'm also expecting to support the line item as it is.
Councilor Martin?
Well, I disagree with that characterization because the motion applied to the 2.5% that's going to take effect July 1st for everybody.
Correct.
That's not my understanding of the motion.
Councilor Kennedy?
That's not my understanding of the motion, Mr. Mayor. My understanding of the motion was that the 2.5% is kind of locked, the July 1 raises are kind of locked in, and so what the motion speaks to is the January 1st increases. I mean, maybe the maker of the motion.
To the maker of the motion, Councilor Elliott.
What I wanted to look, what would have been nice to see, or what we should be seeing, is what the impact is on individuals like this first employee that we're looking. What is the impact? 2.5% plus a 2.75%. So I don't know anything that's locked in place. Maybe the solicitor can correct me. According to the existing ordinance, Madam Solicitor, every year there is employees are guaranteed, i.e. they get the automatic increase based upon a number that is put in the budget by the city manager?
Based upon the personnel ordinance. Madam Solicitor.
Right. The ordinance does not define what that cost of living increase
Right.
is. However, the language of the ordinance is in fact mandatory, which would suggest, my reading of it, that there would be some cost of living increase. It could be anything, but there would be some. In this case, what the manager had explained was that based on, I think, two things. One, the history of traditionally having that number at 2.5% for the COLA, but also reflective of those several bargaining units that have thus settled and reflecting that 2.5% COLA increase.
Okay, so let me just wrap up, and I appreciate it. I've spoken a few times on this. It was an executive session, quite frankly, when we were discussing the auditor's contract, that, including the solicitor and others, saying, we need to take another look at this ordinance. We shouldn't have these automatic increases, whether it's a COLA or not. And 99% of the time, if not all the time, I think the manager said you can't remember anyone that did not get a step increase. That's where we need to tighten up the ordinance. So I fully anticipated that those automatic increases were not going to be in this budget, or I think, and I want to say it was Councilor Mercia that said, I'm not going to vote for these unless you bring in and we see the grid before the budget, not after, because it's always after the fact that there's an ordinance change, because it's required that there be an ordinance change for any other additional positions and or to update this ordinance. I thought it had to be adopted every single year. So I thought we were all in agreement that this was a good thing, that we needed to change it, but I haven't seen those changes in here. So to answer your question, Mr. Manager, the motion was to hold in abeyance the 2.5 and the 2.75 to see what the cumulative or the total effect was on this. But in the interest of getting a report and update, then I'm willing to, let's see what those step increases are and the effect that that's going to have on this fiscal year.
I would also suggest that we're governed by law to, according to the ordinance, to provide for what could possibly happen. And that's why we see budgeted not only for the 2.5, but 2.75%. So until we change that ordinance, essentially, we have to budget for what is called for by that ordinance. Any further discussion? Councilor Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully understand what Councilor Elliott is talking about, and that I asked that I couldn't support a personnel ordinance without seeing the grid, and you said at the budget time I will provide it. So that's where he's going with this. But I don't want to belabor the issue or put anything in abeyance to stifle our progress here. But out of courtesy, I thought we would have at least gotten the grid. And that's where Councilor Elliott is coming. And I support what he's saying, because he's saying what we asked for. But be that as it may, I'm not gonna stall this.
Mr. Manager.
Well, perhaps there was a misunderstanding on my part, Councilor, but I believe your discussion at that point was you had trouble with supporting the personnel ordinance without seeing the grid, because we described the grid, but you said you hadn't seen it.
You said you'd provide the grid at budget time.
And I said that we would.
And I don't see it.
I said that if we redid, when we were working on redoing the ordinance, that we would provide it with the budget as we would. But we didn't redo the ordinance. As I reported to the Personnel Subcommittee, which got reported to the full council, it's just too complex a task to do that. So we're using the same grid that we've used in other years since this ordinance was put in place, with the understanding that it was going to be updated by 2.5%. Now, I have copies of the grid right here I'll be happy to hand out. They don't have an abundance of meaning because I don't see, I think Councilor Elliott wants to go person by person. I will admit, that's not, I mean, when I'm doing the budget, I'm not focusing on people, individual people. I'm focusing on the broad perspective of our personnel policy. But I'm happy to hand these out, but if you're looking to know what Joe Smith is making versus Mary Jones, you're not going to see that here.
No, I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for seeing the step increases, the grid. I just want to see that. I don't know where Councilor Elliott is going further with the motion, but I'd be willing to move on.
I'm willing to move on.
But I see his point.
Last week, Mr. Manager, you got upset.
Councilor Elliott.
Sorry.
Councilor Elliott.
You get upset last week, Mr. Manager, when people twisting things, so don't twist things. I'm not looking to see who's making what. I just want to see a salary grid and to see where the increases are taking place. I don't think it's unreasonable.
Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Councilor
Mayor.
Mendonça. Councilor Mendonça.
I believe this would be the grid, and to clarify, and the manager can correct me if I'm wrong, this includes the FY14 numbers increase, so the 2.5% is here.
That's right.
Which would mean that anyone that might be eligible for a step increase would not be automatic, but only after an evaluation in January, and so they probably would not know that yet.
That's correct.
But they would know what step they were at.
Correct.
And if there were an increase, it would go up one step. That's probably the best information we can gather from this table, but this is the grid according to the existing ordinance.
That's correct. If I may, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Manager.
Just let's hypothetically say that someone's at 7/1/12 or the current grid. They are at grade 8, step 4, $39,596.58. $39,596.58. Under the budget, under this grid, and it carried into this budget, that person on July 1st will now be making $40,586.50, roughly $1,000 more come July 1st, which is $20 a week more. And then on January 1st, if they've passed a successful evaluation, they now will be making a salary of $41,673.78. So that would be another increase for them based upon their performance evaluation for the remaining 6 months of the year,
Okay, so
unless
this,
we change the ordinance.
okay, so this satisfies that we have the grid for our budget discussions.
Correct.
But we don't necessarily know who would get a raise in January because that hasn't necessarily been decided yet.
That's correct.
Thank you.
This is what I'm asking.
Any further discussion?
Could the clerk just read the motion before we vote?
Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, Counselor Elliott, motion to hold off any increases, COLA or step increases until no ordinance with grid is present.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
No.
Counselor Leahy.
No.
Counselor Laurie.
No.
Counselor Martin.
No.
Counselor Madonza.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
I have to say no, I got what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Mayor Murphy.
No.
Counselor Nguyen.
No.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
2 yeas, 7 nays.
Again, there's ample time between now and January to address the second part of that issue. What's the wish of the council on this particular line item?
There's a motion to amend.
Move approval?
Oh, there's a motion to amend, excuse me, on that particular line item from $46,980 to $46,115. Motion's already on the floor, so
Motion seconded as well.
roll call, please.
Thought we voted on that.
Excuse me.
Thought we voted on that already.
Just a motion, Counsel. No, there was no roll call on it.
We didn't get a roll call. Mr. Clerk?
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
Counselor Laurie.
Yes.
Counselor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Madonza.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Motion to approve the light item.
Move
as
to
amended.
approve.
Move for approval by Council Laurie, seconded by Council Mendonça. Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
Counselor Laurie.
Yes.
Counselor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Madonza.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have the mayor's budget for ordinary expenses, $5,900. What's the wish of the council?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Council Laurie, seconded by Council Martin. Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
But,
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Excuse me,
quick question.
Council Mendonça.
Well, on the expenses, it's explained, I think, in the explanation, but if you look at the total here, we have 1,400 plus 1,500, and we got 5,900, so something's missing.
We added a line, unfortunately, the added line didn't print out, it added in the total, $3,000 for the mayor's portrait.
Did that happen in FY12 as well, or?
Yeah, it
Because
probably
when I
did.
compared to FY12, wasn't there
Because
either.
it's every other year, and what we try and do is blank out all the lines that have zero activity in them, so it doesn't clutter up the page. Unfortunately, that's one of those things that we have to remember to reprint.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
Counselor Laurie.
Yes.
Counselor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Madonza.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have the city clerks. Council Leahy.
Could I just make a suggestion, if there isn't any objection, and once we're done asking our question, do we need to vote line by line, or can we group city clerk, city manager, finance, auditing, and
We
so
we
on?
had an earlier motion to
Okay.
go line by line. so.
All right, okay.
We have the city clerk's personnel services in the amount of $308,196. Council Kennedy?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, through you to the manager. Mr. Manager, I think in the city clerk's request, there was an additional position, and that was cut out.
That's correct.
Okay, and then, although we haven't got there yet, further on through the budget, in your budget, as an additional person, I would just ask, what's the rationale for, why were we not able to fund the extra person in the clerk's office? I mean, I guess there's quite a backlog of record keeping that, and that was the reason for that position. And as you know, we have periodic meetings with the clerk, and that came up at the last one. I think it might have come up at a couple of the meetings. But anyways, why is that position not in here?
Well, in reviewing the budget and looking at the activities there, I know that there's a backlog and that the clerk is doing a good job of working through that, utilizing a variety of resources, and I've certainly made a commitment that, inflexible resources will certainly help as much as possible, but to bring on another staff person, in my mind, it was not warranted at this time. In the case of my office, which is coming up, we eliminated the part-time funding that's been there for a number of years, and we went back to the old office structure based upon a dramatically increased workload that the office has taken on over the last couple of years.
Okay, I guess several years ago, there was a 7th position in the clerk's office, according to your budget. And what happened, I imagine that was a budget cut, is that why that?
Right, that took place back in 2009, I believe, back when we made a number of reductions, yes.
Okay, so there would be a historic rationale for that 7th position.
I suppose you could make that rationale. Again, I'm trying to hold the line, but yes.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Councilor Elliott.
Through the clerk, so Mr. Clerk, how many positions do you have in the clerk's office now?
There
How
are,
many people that do counter work or respond to
there are
constituents?
4 head clerks, myself and the assistant clerk.
And how many were there historically? Last year, I know you weren't here, but how many positions are you down? Because I happen to, how many positions is your office down?
There's 1 position that's not funded.
Funded, it's just in the budget for $1.
Excuse me?
There's 1 position, it's in the budget that's just not funded.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if anybody has been down, I know everybody's been down there, but that is one of the busiest offices. And I was just looking to see how much revenue you take in, and there's so many line items, dog licenses, birth certificates, death certificates. Would you have an idea, Mr. Clerk, how much revenue you take in through the clerk's office annually?
I believe it was near 400,000. Not exactly sure the exact number.
Okay. How many new positions are funded in this budget through you, Mr. Mayor, to the manager or Mr. Moses?
Sorry. Mr. Mayor, I think it's probably 4 or 5 positions total.
4 or 5, do you know where they are? I mean,
Well, I know there's 2 in the police department. I know it's probably, actually, it might be a little bit more than that. There's several in the public works department, in the building, lands and buildings account. Is anybody? There's 1 in MIS. Anybody else? There's 2 in the water. That's an enterprise, not out of the general fund. The solid waste is a grant position that is now coming on. So that's not a new position necessarily as much as a different funding source. So there's some health nurses. I don't know. So actually it could be, that's a grant funded position, right?
So you don't have any idea how many new positions are in here?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Not grant funded. I
don't
would think
have-
that would be an important piece of information, quite frankly. Okay.
Councilor Kennedy.
Just a clarification, there isn't another position in the budget funded for $1, is there? There's not a vacant position.
No, what it is there's positions within that are out there that have been established in the past that are in the ordinance, but no, there's nothing funded for $1 in here. That's not the
Yeah.
case. Right.
And even in the back, when you go to the the roster, or whatever you want to call it. There's no position there, like you find in some other departments, there'd be a position that's vacant, but it isn't.
That's correct.
It's not like that
That's correct.
with this budget. And that
That's
position,
correct.
the seventh position, which was cut, that was cut in FY 2009, according to
Yes.
what you have here? Okay.
Councilor Mercia?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Probably this is inappropriate, but I'm very curious, and I don't see it in a report, but I'm just wondering, all the dog licenses from in a fiscal year, you have a tally somewhere of the amount of money for the sale of registering an animal, your dog, right? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city clerk? Yes.
Yeah, there's I don't know it offhand, but there's a way
Would
to.
you have it, or would the auditor have it? Okay, I'm curious to know that. I'm curious to know that all the weddings that were performed here in City Hall, it went into some fund. I'd like to know how much that is as well. You could get me that information. But that's right. But you can segregate it and give me what I'm looking for, right? So I'd be curious to get that from my colleagues. Thank you. That's all.
Again, we have the,
It's $26,700 under JP fees
Oh,
on page 6. Clerk also takes in 212,000, actually, I'm sorry, 232 for under miscellaneous fees.
again, we have city clerk personnel services for the amount of $308,196, and still no motion. Approval. It's in a motion by Councilor Mendoza to approve, seconded by Councilor Laurie. Any discussion on that motion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
Counselor Laurie.
Yes.
Counselor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Mendoza.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
Next, we have for the city clerk, ordinary expenses in the amount of $16,900. Move to approve by Councilor Leahy, seconded by Councilor Laurie. Councilor Mendoza.
As Councilor Kennedy had mentioned earlier, we are behind in getting some of our vital records archived electronically, and one of the requests here was in order to get scanners. So through the mayor to the manager, is there another way that we can get the clerk some of the equipment they need in order to do the scanning?
Mr. Manager.
I believe, the clerk can correct me, I think they already have one scanner.
Yeah,
I
there's
believe
been a
there's more-
couple of last year.
There's money in here to do that. Also, I know that the clerk was carrying money in here for the implementation of the Agenda Net, and we'll be working with MIS to do that and utilizing other resources to put that in place. But there's the $5,000 there, and that can be utilized for scanners and
Yeah.
other computer equipment.
So there will be an added equipment to help that process along.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Kennedy.
Well, the clerk was asking for more though, right? I mean, the clerk was asking for twice as much money as what he got cut there too. So maybe there is money in there for a scanner, but I think they wanted probably multiple scanners in order to be able to.
I think the largest part of that,
Accelerate the process.
the largest part of that was the iPads for the implementation of Agenda Net, and that will be funded instead through other resources that we have available, coordinated by MIS, which would include the MIS budget as well as the Comcast money that we have available for technology. So that wouldn't be coming specifically out of the general fund.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
Counselor Laurie.
Yes.
Counselor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Mendoza.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
Next, we have the city manager personnel services in the amount of $1,537,206. It's the wish of the council. Councilor Kennedy?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you to the manager. Mr. Manager, just back to the number of people that you have, according to the budget, the staffing for FY 2012 was 5, FY 2013 it was 6, and the proposed for FY 2014 is 7. So are you looking to hire a new person in July, or could you explain to me how you have, I know you went over that there were some part-time people that you're looking, could you just do that again?
We had part-time people in my office. We had a part-time slot, and utilizing resources that we had in the budget this year, we moved one of those from part-time up to full-time, which was had been carried before in that office and within the ordinance. And this would simply be maintaining that through all of next fiscal year as well.
So would there be any new employees?
They're not additional employees, not new employees. They're employees that are already on board.
That are part-time that would become full-time?
They were already full-time.
They're already full-time.
Correct. As provided for in the ordinance. The ordinance has allowed for those in the past, so we've been not funding those in the budget, and now we will be funding that fully. Again, it's a recognition of the workload. I would also point out that the actual dollar amount that we're spending in clerical positions in the manager's office in 2007, the budget that was done before I became manager, the clerical salaries were $139,563. In 2014, those same positions, the budget is $138,097. So it's actually 7 years later, it's essentially the same budget. Actually, it's a little bit below.
All right, I'm having a little trouble understanding the whole situation. How many people work in your office full-time now?
Specifically in my office here, we have, not including myself.
In your part of the budget, in this
Correct.
part of the budget that we're on right now, where it went from 5 to 6 to 7 people, right now or tomorrow, how many of those people work full-time?
7.
All 7?
Yes.
Okay, so how did we go from 6 to 7? If we had 6 positions in, with the last budget, how did we get up to 7 before we even approved this budget?
That was the count in last year's budget, but it did not, there was the capability within the budget to fund 7 positions. And the ordinance has in the past called for 7 positions in that office. So we've carried that forward.
Okay. And those positions were all full?
That's
filled.
correct. Yep.
And you've also, the sick leave incentive has jumped. It's almost doubled.
Not quite, but it's up. It's gone from $650,000 up to $1 million in this budget.
Yes.
And that's as a result of the phase-out of the sick time buyback, in addition to new employees no longer being eligible for sick time buyback per the union contracts. This is all of the employees of the city.
Okay.
It accelerates the payout of the sick time buyback for existing employees so that we wipe that liability off the books. No one's getting any more as a result of it. In fact, they're freezing out and eliminating their sick time buyback.
Okay.
So what you'll see over the course of the next several years is this number will be in this range or thereabouts, and then over a period of time, as that accelerated payment takes place, it will decrease and eventually go away.
Okay. And was there a time when you thought there was going to be 1.2?
At one point in time, we thought we put, because we funded it that way in the past, it has been that high in the past. So, again, this is one of those areas of the budget that, once we get 6 months in, 8 months in, there may have to be some adjustments made in this.
Okay.
But we're running this as tight as we can.
Okay. And if I could just to jump down to marketing development, that you had in the budget previously, there was $320,000 for the auditorium.
Correct.
And that's zero for the request and what's proposed. What is the cost of the auditorium? Where does that show up in the budget?
That shows up now in the new enterprise fund account that was approved by the council last week.
And what's that line item? Do you know?
Right now, we're carrying $250,000 for the auditorium for the amount that we'll have to subsidize for the operation for the first year. Although the budget that was approved by the City Board of Trustees, I believe, calls for actually a subsidy of only $228,000. But again, to be conservative, we've left it at the $250,000.
Okay.
Councilor Elliott?
Had questions on that buyback sick too, and I still don't. Why are we paying out in advance? I understand we have the liability, but why do we do that? Why are we doing that now? I mean, and I know we've had this discussion, but it seems when we do have employees retire, then, or is it on an annual basis that they're entitled to buy back X amount of sick days?
Well, it's actually both. The contracts that have been in place for a number of years calls for a sick time buyback incentive for those people who have a certain amount of sick time on the books and don't use anything, or use a limited amount. That's been in place, and that remains in place. And then there's the sick time buyback when you retire that can be anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000. And most people, if you look at their total amount of sick time, they have likely well in excess of that, but they're capped off the $20,000 or $30,000. Our goal is to eliminate that completely for new employees. And for existing employees, that liability sits on the books, and what we want to do is, in current day dollars, as opposed to future dollars, pay that off ahead of time. If there's an incentive there, there's a benefit to the employee, without a doubt. They get it up front. There is a restriction. They have to have a certain amount of days on the books in order to qualify to do this. But then we start wiping that off, and we will watch our unfunded liability in that area start to plummet.
And how much is that? How much?
The unfunded liability?
In that area?
It's, I want to say it's somewhere in the vicinity of $4 to $6 million. We pulled it out, and I think I reported that to the council once before, but I don't have that right off the top of my head right now. But it's several $million.
And what do we pay out the average per employee who
leaves?
Takes advantage, or either leaves or takes advantage of the annual payment?
Well, the annual payment, it varies obviously according to which position they hold, because they're entitled to the equivalent, I believe, of 5 days. So it would vary by their salary level. But that 5-day is in there for is pretty much every employee. That was negotiated in many, many years ago.
Okay. So I was listening to the discussion with Council Kennedy, and I understand your point, but and I know you're the manager, and you can put these positions in, and others put them in, and they don't get it. But I think we're going into lean times, and well, I'm sure everybody can use additional positions. I moved to, first of all, how much is this person going to get?
Well, the person is...
Because it does say in your budget statement, I'm sorry, Mr. Manager.
The person is already there, and they get about $40,000, $42,000. And again, in terms of there's an interesting little chart that I've put together here to sort of give the council some sense of the increased workload of the office. But the additional responsibilities that have come into the office over the last several years that did not exist back in 2007 when it was funded at this level. We now have the See-Click-Fix application that many citizens take advantage of. Those come right into my office. The eGov web-based application that, again, we get quite a number of people that take advantage of that. We now utilize pretty much the opportunity to be 24-hour through the use of voicemail, and there's quite a bit of people that call in after work hours that utilize that to leave problems and complaints to us. There's quite a bit more of social media and press releases that come out of the office than has been in the past. But the more startling number is the number of council motions. In 2007, there were 214. As of this date, in 2013, these are calendar years, there's already been 193. So we're on pace right now by council motions that my office responds to be somewhere in the vicinity of 380 motions, which will well exceed the number of motions that have ever been answered by the manager's office in the city of Lowell.
Okay, look, I appreciate this. It'd be nice to get this sooner rather than when we're discussing it, but in light of everybody else, I think it's an issue of fairness. I I don't support putting another administrative position. I think there are many more priorities in the city. We have neighborhood meetings time and time again from neighborhood leaders, begging for more enforcement people in the community. I see we added one police officer, and while maybe there is a need, I don't support this position. I move to strike this one from this budget. Or I ask for the salary because apparently that's the way to strike it. Would that be correct, Mr. Mayor, or through you to the solicitor? I mean, it's not a position, it's a funding issue.
Madam Solicitor?
You'd be proposing then a particular cut at of a certain amount from the line item of permanent salary and wages, is that?
Well, I have to tell you, I mean, Council Kennedy asked a number of questions about whether the person is being hired in the office, getting paid now. Last year, there were in 2003, there were 6 people. There's a proposal for 7. The manager's saying there's 7 in the office, and the only explanation in the budget statement is that an administrative position, assistant position, is being funded in the office this year, which has been vacant for several years. So we don't know what the salary is, or if there is not a position. So that's why I'm asking you.
Mr. Manager?
Well, Councilor, I think I did answer the question that those positions that had been part-time at between $20,000 and $30,000 of various years is currently being funded at $42,000. And again, I did indicate that the salary line of the clerical staff in the manager's office is essentially the same as it was in 2007. So I'm not sure, I'm not going to necessarily help you make that reduction, because I think it's necessary in order to fully satisfy the interests of the citizens of the city, and more specifically, the interests of the city council in getting our work done, in responding to the council motions, as well as dealing with citizen issues. But I think that I did mention that each of the lower clerical positions is funded at $42,593. But again, I can't recommend that we do that because I think it will have an adverse impact on the operation of the manager's office in the city.
Councilor Elliott?
So if I vote this, do you mean that I would get answers to my motions? I was just trying to make a little bit of a joke. So this person is specifically going to answer to council motions.
Along with other responsibilities. Again, back 7 years ago, we didn't post all the motion responses on. We didn't do any number of things that we now do in that office in an effort to try to improve the operation of the city and improve our responsiveness to the city council.
Okay, look, I understand. It's an issue, to me, it's an issue. Should we put on an administrative assistant, another one in your office, or, should we be doing something else with the money? That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Is there a motion on the floor?
I did make the motion.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second.
Okay.
Councilor Laurie?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve the $1,537,206 under the city manager's personnel services. Seconded by Councilman Donza. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Council Kennedy.
Yes.
Council Leahy.
Yes.
Council Laurie.
Yes.
Council Martin.
Yes.
Council Madonza.
Yes.
Council Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Elliott.
No.
8 yeas.
Under the city manager's ordinary expenses, we have an amount of $3,658,550. It's the wish of the council. Move to approve by Councilor Martin, seconded by Councilor Noon. Councilor Elliott.
Under school electricity, heating, and gas, how come we haven't seen a reduction, Mr. Manager? From FY12, FY13?
We've seen reductions over the last 3 or 4 years now because of the Amoresco project, but I caution that the last 2 winters have been relatively mild in temperature. But despite that, we've been able to reduce our heating costs considerably in the schools.
What were the costs before that? Because I'm looking back to 12, and then 13.
13, the heating in the schools was $2.1 million. This year, the budget is $1.5 million. and we're spending less than that. Last year, we spent about $1.2 million, but that 2012 was an extraordinarily mild winter.
My understanding is that we were going to see, significant savings once that was put in place, and it doesn't seem to be the case from here. I mean, you're asking for the same amount of money from, for FY12, which is almost 3 years ago.
We've actually reduced that budget over the last several years. So looking from one year to the next is missing most of the improvements we've made.
Okay.
You have to go back, I believe 2009 was the last budget before we started making these improvements.
I think if, if I could, I think I did a present. I think at one point they were about $2.6 million. I think if we look at the, and I apologize, I didn't bring the PowerPoint again. We can probably set it up if need be, but I think if you look at the PowerPoint that I did last week, it showed a dramatic increase in our energy costs over the last several years. That's one of the areas that we've seen a tremendous amount of savings, in large part because of the reduction, because of the Amoresco project that was implemented here in the city.
Well, Mr. Moses just said, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Moses just said the reduction is because of the mild winter.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It's a combination, and I've been very clear on that. It's a combination of the warm temperatures we've had over the last several years, in the way that we procure our energy has been very positive by shopping that around competitively. But in addition to that, in terms of total usage, the savings that we've seen in the total amount of energy used has dropped dramatically because of the Amoresco project.
Councilman Donson?
On these two items, these do contribute to net school spending. So as we reduce the expenses here, which could be a good thing, we still have to provide the funds then to the school department. So decreases that we would make here, in order to meet our net school spending goal, we would then have to add to our allocation and local funds to the school department.
That's correct.
Okay.
And if I could point everyone to page 19 of the budget, you can actually see the run-up of costs that back in 2000 in electricity in the city in terms of actuals, and this is beginning in 2000. Well, it goes back to 2007. You may recall in 2007 the budget. For those of you that were here, the budget that year was only funding essentially, well, I think we corrected it, but it was only funding about 10 months of, actually it was less than that. I think it was about 8 or 9 months. But in any event, we were spending back in the in electricity back in the early 2007, 2008, we were spending between $3.1 to $3.6 million. We implemented the Amoresco project, and of course, we've done those other things. We're now budgeting our electricity for the city at about $2.5 million. So I'd say our electricity has dropped by about $1 million, thereabouts. In heating costs, we were spending our peak years in 2009, 2010 were $3 million, and we're now budgeting about 1.8. So that's a savings of about $1.2 million on our heat. So that's about $2.3, $2.4 million in our reduction in our energy costs. I think that's pretty positive.
Councilor Elliott?
Look, this can go back to how much we pay per kilowatt per energy. I just wanted to ask, why don't we see a continuous reduction, which is what you mentioned, that's all.
Yep.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Council Kennedy? Yes. Council Leahy?
Yes.
Council Laurie?
Yes.
Council Martin?
Yes.
Council Mendoza?
Yes.
Council Mercia?
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Elliott?
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have City Manager, Lowell School System, Personnel Services, 0. Next line item, City Manager, Lowell School System, Ordinary Expenses, $62,530.
Move to approve.
Move to approve, Counsel Lori, seconded by Counsel Mendonça. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
It's 9 yeas.
Next, we have under the City Manager, Marketing Development, under Ordinary Expenses, in the amount of $330,000.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Counsel Lori, seconded by Counsel Mercia. Any discussion? Counsel Noon.
Through you to the managers, Mr. Managers, I noticed that in 2013, under professional auditorium, we paid $320,000. And this year, my understanding is that you have created the enterprise fund. Has that been created?
Yes, it has.
Instead of putting the $320,000, you are going to put,
$250,000.
so there is money is going to be put into it, not, except that it's lesser than
Correct.
the prior year.
Correct. It just shows up in the enterprise fund account as opposed to the general fund.
So that, like, it's going to pay for itself, so to speak, the enterprise accounts, like waters, like parking?
It's getting, it's a first step. It'll probably be a couple of years before we see that fully, or maybe a little bit more. It depends on some decisions of the Board of Trustees, and, but it's getting, we're hoping to knock that down to close to zero.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have for the City Manager, the contingency account, Ordinary Expenses, in the amount of $300,000.
Move approval.
Move to approve by Counsel Mercia, second by Counsel Lori. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have on the City Manager, Cable Access, Ordinary Expenses in the amount of $142,800. It's the wish of the council. Counsel Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager, under expenses, why is there a raise of $20,000 in that line item for contracted services? What is that?
That's increased payment to the Lowell Telecommunications because of the number of meetings that they now, they came to me and presented the number of meetings that they're covered, now that they're doing all the subcommittee meetings and all of the other land use boards, and that obviously requires funding in order for them to be able to do that.
May I just ask this question? If someone wants to use the mayor's reception room, that booking goes through the administrative assistant to the mayor, right?
That's correct.
Now, if someone wants to book this and go live with a meeting, who's in charge of that booking for the council chamber here?
I believe that goes through the mayor's administrative assistant as well.
If somebody wants to do what?
To book.
Well, what I'm concerned about
I mean, we're not, we don't book LTC. We might book a room, the mayor's reception
talking
room,
about,
or the
you know
council
how
chambers.
the license commission meets here,
Correct.
and if the VOC wanted to come here, would they ever be able to have a live meeting here? What if,
I suppose they could, if we don't have a meeting in here, a city board or group meeting here. We've been working with the VOC, with the Greater Lowell Technical High School, on operating a live feed out of the vocational school. And we're nearly complete on that.
who has precedence over here, the license commission or the VOC school?
The license commission.
Our license commission.
Correct.
Thank you.
Counsel Lori?
I thought that agreement was just reached. The Rogue School is going to meet on a different Thursday night now, so they can be shown.
That's
yeah.
correct.
Councilor Martin?
Thank you, Councilor Mercia, for pointing this out. I serve as the council's appointee on the LTC board. I don't have any financial interest, so I can vote on this, but I have to disclose that.
Thank you. We do need a motion to vote on. Motion to approve by Councilor Laurie, seconded by Councilor Leahy. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
Next, we have the city manager cable access transfers to the school in the amount of $107,800. It's the wish of the council. Move to approve by Council Leahy, second by Council Laurie. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
We have city manager, cultural affairs and special events, personnel services in the amount of $111,214. Move to approve by Council Mercia,
No
me.
question.
Council Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager, we have an increase in the salary and wages of $22,885. How many people worked under the Cultural Affairs Special Events Office last year? Would it be 4? Is
Susan,
that
do you have
contractual raises?
Actually, Counselor, it's 1 2/3. 2 of those people are actually paid for through COOL, but the COOL budget appears. And the increase is in the COOL budget, which is not paid for through the city.
So
Although there is also, as you talked about before, the step increase in the,
Are these contractual raises? Is this?
for the COOL people, actually, no, both people were part-time, and they came on full-time during the period when there was not a director for cultural affairs.
So why are we increasing the salary and wages in this line item by $22,000?
There's an equal increase in the grant funding. The only increase to the city in this line item is for the contractual increases for Chris Samaras, who's the full-time position under special events, and
We have to match this grant?
you do not.
We don't.
No.
No,
COOL raises all that money.
Mr. Manager.
If I may, Councilor, I think the actual increase to the city is only $2,000.
Oh, I see.
The rest
I see it.
comes off that.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Donza.
I move approval.
Move to approve by Councilman Donza, seconded by Councilor Noon. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have finance personnel services in the amount of $160,919. It's the wish of the council.
To approve.
Move to approve by Council Laurie, seconded by Council Leahy. Any discussion? Council Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Moses, under the accomplishments, you indicate that refunded or refinanced 5.2 million in bonds, which saves 626. I mean, that's all good news. What is the process to do that? I mean, do you use bond counsel, and does that come out of another line item to do that? What do you do? Do you do the paperwork?
Actually, yeah, you do the paperwork, but refundings work a little different than new bonds. The cost of the refunding is netted in the savings. So you actually pay for those costs through the debt service, the reduction in debt service.
So it really is, I mean, the net is 626. It could be more, but
Right,
there's still
right.
costs associated with it, but it's still money saved. Do you anticipate any more of those, or this year or in the upcoming year?
We looked at one this year. Unfortunately, the call dates on the bonds, this is going to get kind of technical. The call date on the bonds are too far in the future, and there's quite a bit of uncertainty, so the savings were not there. They may be there next year as we're much closer to the call date of the bonds. But the risk we run is that interest rates in the interim go up, and it's now looking increasingly likely that interest rates will go up at least slowly at first.
Which is the reason for my question, what you were looking at, because that does seem to be the trend as things seem to be getting a little bit better. So we have taken advantage of it, which is a good thing, but I was just curious what is upcoming in the future, so thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie. Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendoza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have finance ordinary expenses in the amount of $200.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Counsel Laurie, seconded by Counsel Mendoza. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendoza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have under auditing, personnel services in the amount of $427,560.
Move to approve.
by Counsel Noon, seconded by Counsel Laurie. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendoza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
Under auditing, we have ordinary expenses in the amount of $58,600. Move to approve by Counsel Kennedy, seconded by Counsel Laurie. Any discussion? Counsel Elliott.
Question under independent audit, Madam Auditor. Total cost $85,000, and there seems to be a reduction this year.
No, in all actuality, it's the $94,000 contract that was signed.
Right?
What we do is allocate the other costs to all the enterprise funds, and the school department gets a piece of it. So in my budget, we only fund the $50,000, the rest gets allocated.
Okay.
So that should be 94, not 85. Again, it was based on the old spreadsheet.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So how do you allocate it? I mean, it's all indirect costs based upon
Percent of the budget.
Percentage of the budget? Okay. And it's a $94,000 contract, a 3-year contract?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendoza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
Under purchasing, we have personnel services in the amount of $199,710.
To approve.
Move to approve by Counsel Laurie, seconded by Counsel Leahy. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendoza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
It's 9 yeas.
Under purchasing, we have ordinary expenses in the amount of $194,150. Counsel Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm concerned about advertising. That line item has doubled. What is the reasoning for that?
Mr. Vaughn?
This year, we've issued over 100 RFPs, and by law, I have to advertise them in the Lowell Sun. It's just the volume. We've done 30 to 40 more than we've ever done before in the purchasing department.
Counsel Martin.
Yeah, and what about the reduction in the services from 200,000 to 175? What's
That's the telecommunications. That's based on where 2 years ago, when we put that new system in, we thought 150 would do it. We asked for to go up to 200. We're there, but now we've got the spending under control, and 175 looks like what we'll need to have for next year.
All right, thank you.
Counsel Laurie.
And the dues and subscriptions, it's the same as FY13, but there was a huge increase from FY12.
It's the state buying the central register, the goods and services, and the things that we're bound to.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
So moved by Counsel Martin, seconded by Counsel Kennedy. Counsel Elliott.
So Mr. Vaughn, you added 5,000, or 5,000 was added mid-year, a transfer, there was an adjustment, so you had 12,500, and it looks like it was all spent.
You talk about the advertising line for this year?
I'm sorry, I'm back to the advertising, yes.
Yes, because this year I've already issued those 100 RFPs. I didn't think we'd have that type of volume, and I asked Mr. Moses, we were putting the budget together, to at least fund me what we were spending at this level this year.
Okay. And does that go in the federal, at the central register too, those advertisements?
Well, that line's strictly Lowell Sun, and if we did anything other than the Lowell Sun, like the Boston Globe.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
Under assessing, we have personnel services in the amount of $434,527.
To approve.
Move to approve by Counsel Laurie, second by Counsel Noon. Counsel Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the manager, I always like to see what the department requested and what you approved, what you supported. In this particular case, they've asked for $443,000, and that's what they're requesting, and you're giving them an extra $4,000. Usually it's the other way around, isn't it? So,
Correct.
I mean, this is why I wanted this budget to come before us, so we could ask questions like this. So
Correct.
that's
Yeah.
all right. I'm just curious.
In this particular case, I think the issue here was that a contract settled in the middle of the budget process, so the department had submitted a budget request based upon one set of numbers or no contract being settled. It was subsequently settled, so we made the adjustment.
Because if you go further down in Public Works, DPW, you'll see that one line item, they didn't request anything, and you approved $5,000 because the department forgot to include inspection stickers for the vehicles.
That was something that we actually moved around the numbers there and moved it in and set up a separate line, because that was something that Mr. Snow I know we're getting into Public Works here, Mr. Snow picked up that we really hadn't ever budgeted appropriately for that, and in some cases, the city wasn't getting the necessary inspection stickers when they were supposed to, so
Okay.
we're
We don't want to
being
say
much more
that,
aggressive
but
there.
that's okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Counsel Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the assessor's office. A lot of communities in the Commonwealth will use, assessor's offices throughout the Commonwealth will use either Patriot Properties or Vision. What do we do?
We use Vision.
We do.
Yes.
But it seems that on our website, it's a little bit different, and it also seems that the information available on the properties is skimpy compared to other communities.
We don't use Vision for the web. We have our own website, so that's why it looks different.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why we don't use them for the website?
I think it's just the cost.
Okay. What is the cost for that?
I think it was around $5,000 a year. Yes.
Okay. And Patriot, is that about the same thing?
Yes, it is, but we don't use the Patriot system, so we wouldn't be able to have the web.
Right. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
We talked about maybe having a new website, and I think we're supposed to launch one at any moment, right? Or
Beginning of July.
beginning of July. So, did we address anything about that, about the way we can, the information that Lowell gives on properties is skimpy at best, compared to what you can get from other, in almost every other community. And it can't be that it's just that it's too expensive, because even little hamlets throughout the Commonwealth will use either Patriot Properties or Vision Quest. So it can't be just expenses. But with that new website, how are we going to be doing that? Is that going to be any different, or what are we doing about that?
If I may, Mr. Fernandez?
There's actually several websites that are launching, Counselor, ranging from the overhaul of the entire city website to the GIS platform in its entirety. The GIS platform that we're moving to does allow us to expand the information, allows us to incorporate additional information from a variety of sources that we currently don't include. above and beyond just those items that would be considered property features or parcel features. So one of the things that we've been working with the city manager on is how we're rolling it out and how we'll be informing the city council so that you'll have an opportunity to review it prior to the actual rollout, sir.
Okay, and so is there gonna be a period where we kind of just, where it'll be available, but we'll just sort of see how it works before it gets, before it's, is there gonna be a trial period on that, or and when do you think that's gonna happen?
I think what we've been talking about is doing a presentation to the city council, probably the first meeting in July. We hope to have that to show you, and then just launching it after that.
Okay, and so are you saying there's gonna be two websites now? Is that?
When we talk about websites, typically folks just think about the site they go to get to other information, but there's actually 6 sites involved that we're building, and within the main site, there's a total of 73 different websites in addition to that. So it's a very large project. It's not just one website. It ranges from the GIS systems, which are currently in use throughout the city for internal use, with everyone using it, weighing in on it, providing feedback. We launched that several weeks ago and have been receiving feedback routinely from department heads and other departments who use it on a regular basis, to the GIS site that will be available to the public, slightly different, but with similar information, easily expandable, to other features like the AgendaNet tools, which we've been working closely with the city clerk and other departments on, the city manager's office with their personnel, with law, so that we can roll out all the agendas, the minutes, the outstanding motions, so that everything will be online, as well as the overhaul of the entire city website, which touches on every department that's sitting here today. And we are working aggressively towards the goal of launching it as soon as possible. In conjunction with the wrapping up of the end of the fiscal year, it's a little slower than I'd like in terms of getting content built, but we are working aggressively towards it right now.
Over the past year, at some point, I had a discussion with you about the website, and that it was sort of cumbersome and loaded with stuff. And you indicated that you thought that the history of that might be that what the city has done year after year is say, well, let's put this on the website, and then so it's just added on until it gets to where it is now. So I thought that part of the solution or the remedy to that would be that the site would be simplified, or at least kind of streamlined a little bit, or so that it's a little more user-friendly than what our site is now. But, so are we still moving that way? I mean, if there's gonna be all those websites, and maybe it's just...
When I say the number of websites, I certainly don't mean to overwhelm you. It's certainly just the number of internal components to it. But quite frankly, I believe that when you do see it, when the council sees it, that they will, I fully believe that they will like what they'll see. They'll find something much more streamlined. They'll find something that's much more modern and contemporary and much more city service focused in order to allow the constituents access to information.
Is there a reason why we shouldn't use Patriot Properties or Vision to provide the assessing information?
Well, it's a function of what you're trying to do with the GIS systems. If we chose to use just the Vision GIS component, then we would be locked out of any additional expansion or modifications. Even the website that we have today, while it may not meet everyone's needs, does allow for significant enhancement that the current Vision system does not allow. The new system that we're rolling out is allowing for a significant additional expansion in the future, so we'll be able to tie in external databases that currently we have no other way of tying in, so that you'd be able to access the system and get additional information. It's very data-driven, it's very easy to locate items, and it's very easy to just tie additional information onto a property or a parcel.
Okay, so, well, I guess just one more question, I guess, for you. Is it modeled after any other community? Is there any other community that we could look at that has a website that would be similar to what you're expecting that we'll be using next month?
I think you'd find there are many communities out there that may have something similar. Generally speaking, it is something that we've conceived of and we've actually been building and laying out for years. We've had it documented going back to 2004 in terms of the layout that we are using.
Okay.
If If I may, Counselor, I would recommend that maybe we continue the conversation during the presentation so that you can actually see all the components as they come together.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Again, the motion's to approve the amount of $447,095.
So moved.
We already have the motion. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
Under assessing, we have ordinary expenses in the amount of $129,222. What's the wish of the council? Move to approve by Councilor Martin, second by Councilor Kennedy. Councilor Mendonça.
Are we in the coming year going to have the relist and reeval that usually costs a little more than the other 2 years? Is that why these are going up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Laurie.
I just had a question on professional services. There's been, again, a great jump over the past couple of years, and why would that be?
That's for the, go ahead, Ms. Lemay.
Fiscal year 14 is a reval year, and we started it last year, and we're going to continue it and finish it this year.
Great, thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll. Councilor Elliott.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask a question from the actual vote? The last vote we just took, I do see the line item in the budget is 447,095, but line item 25 says is a different number.
Right, it's incorrectly listed
In the second
on the
one?
final, right, on the final budget number.
Okay.
The $447,095 that's listed on the actual department page is the correct number.
Okay, thanks.
Any further discussion on this? Councilor Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, there's the line item tuition reimbursement, and it's only $1,000, but in this sheet at the last council meeting, we have the budget year-to-date, and it goes to June. This is the latest. They've spent only $170 of it in the last fiscal year. There's $830 left. There's no encumbrance. Why do they keep asking for this when they very rarely spend it? So I'm wondering, why are we even having it there? Thank you.
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, this is part of the, unfortunately, issues come up in the assessor's office at various times with the reassessment and the reval and all the rest. But this is for the courses that the assessors need to go to, typically out at UMass, to learn from the Department of Revenue changes in law and changes in procedures so that they can maintain the proper certifications.
Well, they didn't go to much training last year, it seems.
No, it's something that I urge them to go to all the time. But
Thank you. Okay.
Forcing them out of the office is near impossible.
I know, they just love it here.
Any further discussion on this motion? Councilman Mendonça.
Just a quick question. Does that change on page 297, is that already reflected in the total on 298, the 283 million, or is that going to need to be adjusted as well?
Mr. Moses.
That'll need to be adjusted, that total on the bottom. I don't know why that worked out, but on my my reconciliation, it all balances.
So that number will need to be adjusted as well? Okay. Right. Thank you.
There's going to be one other line that appears with that same problem.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have under the Treasurer, Personnel Services in the amount of $500,963.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Councilor Noon, second by Councilor Laurie. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonson.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have under the treasurer, ordinary expenses in the amount of $361,000. What's the wish of the council? Move to approve by Counsel Leahy, seconded by Counsel Laurie. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonson.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under Human Relations, we have Personnel Services in the amount of $249,635.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Counsel Laurie, seconded by Counsel Martin. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonson.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
We have Human Relations ordinary expenses in the amount of $31,550.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Counsel Laurie, seconded by Counsel Leahy. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonson.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
We have Management Information Systems Personnel Services in the amount of $506,632. What's the wish of the council? Counsel Elliott.
I guess similar to the manager's office, there's a new position added in here, and I see it's for an application systems specialist, and can we explain what that's for?
To give you an idea, Counselor, going back to 2009, our office has handled an increasing number of work orders. In 2009, we completed 4,200. In 2010, 4,900. In 2011, 6,200. In 2012, 9,100. These are not cumulative, by the way. And during fiscal year 2013, we expect to be completing 9,800 work orders by my department with what we have for staffing levels. During this past fiscal year, we've had several challenges, ranging from personnel moving to other departments, one leaving and going to the school department, another leaving the city, and we've been trying really hard to stay abreast of all these work orders that we're closing. These are work orders that are coming in from a variety of departments throughout the city in a variety of capacities, ranging from assistance with email, assistance with just desktop issues, rolling out computers. We're in the process of upgrading computers, including the city clerk's office in its entirety, installing network components, running the network throughout the city, which we have approximately 7,000 nodes throughout the city that we're responsible for, handling a variety of other issues on servers and on our financial system and other application software. The intent behind this position is to assist us as an application system specialist, to be cross-trained with our existing application system specialists, to further our assistance in our application software like Munis and the website, where the website is obviously something that we're overhauling in its entirety and something we're rolling out to the entire city. The intent is to really be able to move the website forward. Again, I believe when the presentation takes place, you'll see the focus and the reason why it's so important to maintain a guiding hand through the website across the departments. But it's also intended to be cross-trained with other personnel in the department to assist with the workload.
What does it mean that it's cross-funded? I mean, I see in your line item, there's also a reduction of $31,000.
There's a couple of different funding sources that we utilize. That includes some cross-funding from the school department to assist because of all the networks on the school department that we maintain and we manage. It also includes some cross-funding from the Comcast cable franchise contract because a large part of our wide area network is actually the institutional network, which is the result of the cable franchise.
So this position is going to be partially funded from other, you have a line item for outside funding. What does that mean?
Well, that would be the school funding or the Comcast funding, sir.
Just to offset the entire budget,
Combination.
not not for this particular position?
No, sir, it's the entire department where everybody really kind of rolls up their sleeves and works on, across all of the areas that we support, across all of the locations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions. Down further in your budget, under expenses for software licensing and support, it's over $500,000.
Yes, sir.
That seems like a lot of money. Maybe it just seems like a lot of money to me, but
It may seem like a lot of money, but it's actually keeping in pace with what software licensing is. We utilize a variety of software. The software in many cases doesn't have increases. In some cases it does. We do try to offset that as much as possible with using what is termed open source or things that don't require licensing. A good example of that is the ethics training software that we rolled out earlier in the year, which was all a learning management system. A comparable system, if we had gone out and purchased one, would be in excess of $65,000+ a year in licensing. What we installed through the department, what cost us $0.
what are the, do you have 2 or 3 software licenses what would be the most expensive ones? Just say the top 2 or 3.
The most expensive would be the financial system, the Munis product, which we utilize throughout the city.
And how much is that?
I believe that
Just the ballpark. I don't
give you an idea. The second most expensive would wind up being the Larimore system. The Munis system was approximately $300,000. The Larimore system, which is the city's public safety 911 system, was approximately $83,000.
Okay, so Munis is half of that amount, right?
Yes, and we actually work with them aggressively to keep the costs down and have agreements with them to ensure that the increases year over year are minimal compared to many other communities.
And how many work orders did you say you had last year?
During fiscal year 2012, we completed 9,100.
9,100?
9,100 in total during the year.
Okay, and is there one that you do that's most common? I mean, is there a work order that's like, we got a whole bunch of these, and so somebody has to do that?
The most common work orders that came in were desktop support and a general software support.
Okay, and what is desktop support?
Desktop support is providing assistance to anyone within the city that has a computer, a desktop computer, a laptop. It could also include cell phones, which would be separate from the voice over IP phone system we have.
And so what do you provide? Instruction, or do you set them up, or what do you do?
A combination of all the above, sir. If maybe there's a new employee starting, we're going to configure them, set them up, walk them through what is available to them, what software packages are available, make sure that they can get up and running on the computer. From time to time, we may get requests on anything from assistance on creating a manual and how to do that using Microsoft Word or other software, or how to do macros in Excel spreadsheets.
And how many of those do you get? Out of the 9,100, how many of those are?
That was a total of 3,700.
So that's about a third of
yes, sir.
What you do. And so, I mean, you got to be doing a lot every single day, right? You got to be going all day long doing these things to get 9,100 for the year.
Yes, sir. No less than any other department head is working, but our lights are on at 6 a.m. and they leave at 6 p.m.
Okay. And so for those desktop supports, is that what you call it? How long would it take? How long does that take to do?
They vary. There's no specific time that can be associated. I'm sorry?
Average?
It's just very difficult because it could be something that could take days while you're troubleshooting it. An example might be a machine in an office that randomly shuts down, and we spend months troubleshooting it to figure out what it is. So it takes time over the course of days or weeks or months. Or it could be something as simple as someone's monitor is fuzzy, so we're going out, we're looking at it, we're swapping out the monitor.
Okay. So out of the 9,100 work orders that you get, a giant amount of those end up just being helping people with technical difficulties?
Yes, sir.
For the computer at their desk or whatever?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Probably take shorter than that discussion. Councilor Elliott.
Look, I understand the workload is increased, and I know he's looking for a new position. I'm sure everyone else is, but in light of, in light of just being consistent with my concern with the manager, I move that we reduce. I mean, I understand you had a workload, pretty close workload to what you're doing now back in '09, and you had 9 people, but then you had, for the last several years, 7 people, and I understand the concern, but I just want to be consistent, so I move that this position not be funded.
Motion by Councilor Elliott. Is there a second? Dies for lack of a second. I entertain a motion on this.
Move to approve.
Move to approve this line item. So moved by Councilor Laurie, seconded by Councilor Leahy. Roll call, please.
Council Kennedy.
Yes.
Council Leahy.
Yes.
Council Laurie.
Yes.
Council Martin.
Yes.
Council Madonza.
Yes.
Council Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Elliott.
No.
8 yeas.
Under Management Information Systems, we have ordinary expenses in the amount of $927,116.
Move approval.
Move to approve by Councilor Mercia, second by Councilor Noon. Roll call, please.
Councilor Kennedy.
Yes.
Council Leahy.
Yes.
Council Laurie.
Yes.
Council Martin.
Yes.
Council Madonza.
Yes.
Council Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have under the Law Department Personnel Services in the amount of $943,119. What's the wish of the council?
Move approval.
Move to approve by Councilor Leahy, seconded by Councilor Laurie. Councilor Laurie.
I'd just like to disclose I have a cousin who works in that office. She's not I guess a direct relative would fall under the mass law, but I do have a cousin who works in the law department.
Any further discussion? Councilor Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering who is the city city physician? Who is the city physician?
Madam Solicitor.
Our city physician is Dr. Sarah Gilbert.
And why does he come under the law department? Wouldn't he come under the health department? No?
It's a woman. No, she is. She assists us with all of the workers' comp and 111F cases. We also have a contractual nursing services as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Kennedy.
Yeah. Under professional services, last year, 115 was approved. You asked for 110 above that this year, and what's being recommended by the city manager is $175,000. What was the reason for the increase for the request, and what's that money for?
The reason we were exploring an increase with a request was historically professional services in the law department were dedicated more towards professional legal services. So if we had to have outside counsel, which sometimes is necessitated as a result of a conflict, or other types of professional services, expert witnesses and such, we would have a dedicated line item to that. Professional services now is primarily utilized through the contractual services for nursing services as well as city physician services. And while we work to contain those costs, and this year we're successful in staying actually completely within our budgeted amount, it's nevertheless a significant sum. And so we wanted to begin to bring back some sort of parity between the legal professional services and these sort of medical professional services. And that being said, that's why we had requested an increase. But, you know, we certainly can manage with our budgeted amount.
Well, even with the budget amount, it's still a $60,000 increase. But, and I understand your explanation, but then shouldn't there be an amount here that's reduced because of that? I mean, it sounded like what you were saying is you're kind of consolidating monies that you spent before. Am I misunderstanding you?
We were consolidating monies before, and we, it became a difficult struggle. So at times, we've had to have a transfer, and I would expect that we may in fact need a transfer for some of the outside counsel services that we've had to have as a result of conflicts, where we represent, say, the city manager of the city, but there may be other city employees that are involved in a suit, and we will hire outside counsel to represent those interests, which at times may end up being contrary to the city's position.
Right. But are you anticipating that in this year that there's going to be an increase?
Yes, we have at least 2 to 3 cases that would necessitate those types of services.
That are pending right now?
That are pending right now.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Councilor Elliott.
Along that same line item, can we please get, I appreciate your explanation, but can you please provide the council with a report on who is paid out of that particular line item? What vendor and what the amount was and what the reasoning was for that. I mean, it's kind of a large chunk of money, and I would like to know exactly what the purpose is, if it's for specialized services or exactly what it's used for.
Sure.
I mean, that's
Any further discussion? Councilor Leahy.
Thank you. Through you, the manager, just a quick question on line item, computer equipment and software. There was a request for 3,000 and the actual was 1,000.
Correct.
Is there a need for updating any computer systems up there, or just?
Well, the solicitor requested $3,000, but, we went over it and felt that $1,000 would be a more appropriate number to provide the additional hardware or software that was needed in that office.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Kennedy.
Yes.
Councilor Leahy.
Yes.
Councilor Laurie.
Yes.
Councilor Martin.
Yes.
Councilor Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Elliott.
yes.
It's 9 yeas.
Thank you. Next, we have under law, ordinary expenses in the amount of $270,150.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Councilor Noon, second by Councilor Laurie. Roll call, please.
Councilor Kennedy.
Yes.
Councilor Leahy.
Yes.
Councilor Laurie.
Yes.
Councilor Martin.
Yes.
Councilor Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under elections, we have personnel services in the amount of $214,079. Councilor Laurie.
Thank you. I'm going to have a question on this. It looks like we may have a primary, and I do have a motion in for next Tuesday night, a little bit more detailed, but we could have a primary next year, and I'm wondering if the amount of the salaries we have listed is going to cover it, and how we will cover cost.
That is not included, but if there is a preliminary election, then obviously we will need to come up with the money, and again, the contingency is there that we could draw upon.
Okay, thank you. That was the only question I had. When I looked at the amount of money, we've had 2 special elections this year. Well, one, we're coming into the other, and now we probably have a primary, so I just want to make sure we have the money. Thank you.
Councilman Mendoza.
That's related. My question is, the special election is happening in this fiscal year and not next.
Correct.
So why the increase next year? The only elections we would have is possibly the municipal and the primary, or preliminary.
Correct.
Madam Solicitor.
Sure. The increase actually reflects also an increase in in our poll worker salaries. They had not been sufficient, I don't believe, and there was an increase, and also we're compensating for some training as well. But I think that all of those things are absolutely crucial when it comes to getting as well-trained a group of poll workers as we can. Also, the other thing that this reflects is that historically, the numbers of poll workers that we've had manning elections were not legally sufficient, and we are now at a legally plus sufficient number. So typically, for example, today, we actually lost a poll worker, but it was at a location where we had overstaffed, and so we're still okay. But that also feeds into the increased figure.
Through the mayor to the auditor, we've had essentially 3 or 4 elections in this fiscal year, or will before. How are we running on the salary and expenses?
The salary might be a little bit short. We'll be putting through a transfer, but we had already transferred in 94,000 within this year. So-
And what's the total then that's going to be anticipated?
Total year-to-date, and that's through today, is 107 out of 117. So we have a balance of 9,007, so.
That's after the transfer?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Kennedy?
Thank you. Through you to the city solicitor. If there was a preliminary election, how would you estimate how much it would cost? Would it be the expenses plus the temporary? Would it be?
We actually have a set figure per election. It would mainly, though, be coming out of the temporary. The permanent really wouldn't be affected. The other bit of information is, and we've been following this closely, is that it is anticipated that we will be getting reimbursement from the state as the result of these additional elections. The problem is we just don't have a budgeted figure yet for that, but it could be as much as 40,000 or something in that neighborhood.
Okay, but I guess my question is like this. The manager indicated that the preliminary election, we didn't budget for the preliminary election here. So this budget for elections would just be for one election. And we have a budget of say 55,000 for expenses and then 75,000 for salary and wages temporary. So that's 130,000. So is it reasonable to think that the preliminary election would cost as much as the election that we budgeted for, and so that if there is a preliminary, it would be an additional 75,000, or am I not doing the math correctly?
I believe it would be less than that, but I would want to, I can get a pretty close to exact figure to the council for the next meeting.
Do you know why would it be less?
Because I believe it is, but that's why I'd want to review the figures.
Okay.
Any further discussion? I'd entertain a motion. Motion to approve by Councilor Lowry, seconded by Councilor Mercia. Roll call, please.
Councilor Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilor Leahy?
Yes.
Councilor Lowry?
Yes.
Councilor Martin?
Yes.
Councilor Mendonça?
Yes.
Councilor Mercia?
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Elliott?
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under elections, we have ordinary expenses in the amount of $53,680.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Councilor Lowry, seconded by Councilor Newton. Roll call, please.
Councilor Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilor Leahy?
Yes.
Councilor Lowry?
Yes.
Councilor Martin?
Yes.
Councilor Mendonça?
Yes.
Councilor Mercia?
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Elliott?
Yes.
It's 9 yeas.
Next, under planning and development, we have under personnel services, the amount of $2,281,343. My wife is in the planning and development department, so I should disclose that. Councilor Lowry?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilor Lowry, seconded by Councilor Kennedy.
Sure. But I'd like to speak on it as well. So maybe Councilor Lowry wants to speak first. I don't know if he's, or you just want to move to approve and that's
No, I was going to raise my hand again for a question. Under the overtime, is that mostly inspectional services, or where would that come out of?
Yes, it will. Mr. Bakey, it is the inspection services, but Mr. Bakey wants to elaborate on that.
Yes, it's inspectional services. There are two primary sources of overtime. One is when the sanitary code inspectors need to come in on weekends for special events like the folk festival and that sort of thing to ensure that the food booths are code compliant. And the other is when we have emergency calls where a building inspector or an electrical inspector or the wire inspector typically are called in when there's some sort of an accident off hours and we need emergency to determine the structural stability of a building or whether the electrical conditions are safe.
Great. Thank you.
Councilor Kennedy?
Yeah, Mr. Beatty, last year, I think the city lost the funding for the lead paint program. What's the status of that now, and does that have any impact on this budget, and if so, what's the impact?
Well, it is correct that about a year ago, the lead paint program ended. I am pleased to announce that we have been given initial indications that we are going to receive the grant to be able to revive the program. We're still waiting for the exact dates as to when the money is going to be available, but it will be a 3-year grant, and we expect that it'll be probably sometime between August and the beginning of the federal fiscal year in October that we'll be able to start that up again. The positions that were part of the lead paint program were not funded at all in the current fiscal year, nor are they included in the budget for the upcoming fiscal year. And it is our hope that as we roll out the new grant, that we'll be able to achieve some efficiencies where some of the functions that are associated with the program are actually covered by existing staff, and we can reduce the amount of new staff we need to bring on to run the program. But we do expect, once the grant is in place, that we'll be back to the council seeking approval for some new positions that'll be temporary, 3-year positions in association with the grant.
Okay, thanks.
Councilman Mendoza?
Through you to the department chair. In the personnel section of the budget statement, I happened to catch that there was going to be stipends for the Conservation Commission, and I have no objection to that given all the work that they do. I was just wondering, it does mention the funding source, but so they would come straight out of the fees they collect, some kind of revolving fund and not the budget, and how much would that stipend be?
Yeah, this budget proposes a $1,000 stipend for each member of the Conservation Commission, I believe, and I think it's a $1,400 stipend for the chair, which is consistent with the other land use boards. And the total amount of those stipends for the Conservation Commissioners is matched by funding that would come out of the Conservation Commission fee account. So everybody, it's a revolving account that over the years, as people have paid application fees, which are set by the state, the local portion that we get to retain goes into this account, and we'll be using a portion of it now going forward to pay for this. There's a pretty healthy balance in that account, so we expect that that's a sustainable source of funding for these stipends.
Is that per state law or regulation that that's being done?
The fees themselves are set by the state,
stipend.
and this is an eligible use of those fees, yes.
Okay.
So we're not required to do it, but it is an eligible use of the fees.
So it's coming from that account, it's not actually part of the salaries and wages in the budget that we're voting?
Well, yeah, because DPD has so many sources of outside funding, the way we structure our budget, we actually basically add up all of the salary expenses, which does include the board stipends.
Okay.
And then we reduce by all the outside funding, which can represent anywhere from 25% to a third of the total cost. And then we end up with a net number, which is what we then ask the council to approve as part of the budget.
All right, so they are added in the salary line item and then negated by outside funding.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Mercier?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If Mr. Beggy could just expand a little bit about the 50,000 for the urban renewal.
Yes, some of the councilors who've been on the council for a while may recall that at one time we had a local contribution to implementing our urban renewal programs of about $500,000 per year per plan. Obviously, over the years, that has been scaled back. In recent years, what we have had approved each year is, I think, $35,000 for the JAM plan and $15,000 for the acre plan. As the council is aware, we are in the process now of moving toward seeking approval for a third urban renewal area around Tanner Street. Rather than seeking additional funding from the council to support the local portion of a new plan, what we're suggesting is that we will try to be efficient with the use of the funds, and we can do that more effectively by combining into a single urban renewal line that's funded at the sum of the two separate urban renewal lines in the past, but we can use it for any of the urban renewal plans that way.
That's fine, thank you.
Councilor Elliott?
Thank you. So how much is in that account, Mr. Bakey? That fee account, conservation fee account?
I actually don't have that number in front of me. I do know that when I prepared the budget and submitted it back in the winter, we did check that, and it appeared that it was a very sustainable source of funds. I believe, and please don't quote me on the number, but I believe it's somewhere in the vicinity of $100,000 that's available there. And the amount that comes in each year is equal to the amount that we're taking out each year for that purpose.
And so who is the custodian? I mean, I know it's the auditor or the treasurer, but who's responsible for managing that, Madam Auditor, through you, Mr. Mayor? I mean, it has to be appropriated to the city council, this, I guess, special revenue fund?
I believe it's a special revenue fund.
Right, and so all the fees collected go in to that, and I don't ever recall spending any money from this particular account. I mean, I'm glad there's a lot of money in there, but what is the purpose?
Well, the purpose is exactly for what he said.
What, to pay for
support
stipends?
The Conservation Commission.
Right, so do we pay the salary of the administrator?
Yeah, for a number of years now, a portion of that funding has supported the salary of the staff that support the Conservation Commission.
Right.
Not in total, but it contributes to a portion of that salary. That's been in place now for about 4 or 5 years. That was something the manager implemented. Other than that, it's used to pay the annual membership dues to the State Conservation Commission Association, which is a fairly small amount of money. It may be used for certain advertising expenses and things when we have to bear those expenses, which is extremely rare for the Conservation Commission. But it basically can be used also for training materials and things of that nature. To be honest, it is not used very often, which is again why it is a sustainable source of funding for this purpose.
Thank you. I just had another question on the inspectors. So one thing I've always advocated, and I will continue, is that we do need more code inspectors in the city. And by reading your discussion or your explanation and your budget statement is you chose, so our inspectors, all the inspectors are going to increase from 35 to 40 hours, and rather than hiring another inspector. Are those individuals going to be working on weekends? Is that part of the reasoning to increase? I mean, I think we need more code enforcement. I'll make that clear, so I think it's a good idea. I also think we need more inspectors, but are they going to be working weekends? And I mean, you're going to tell me you're going to need more inspectors, but why this route instead of putting somebody else on?
Well, I believe we're talking right now about the sanitary code inspectors.
I'm sorry, sanitary code, right.
Whose hours have increased by contract from 35 to 40. And that was a mutual decision by the union, its members, and the city. And the city, basically, the reason is that the workload associated with the sanitary code enforcement has increased significantly as a result of the new rental property inspection ordinance, which has been being rolled out. And there were a number of different ways we could have dealt with that additional workload. One option could have been to add another inspector. There is sufficient funding coming in as a result of that ordinance to do that. But that would have been a more expensive solution than this one for the city's perspective, because in addition to paying for the extra hours, we also would have had to pay the benefits of an additional employee, as well as provide a workstation and all those sorts of things for another employee. This option, on the other hand, provides for an opportunity for our inspectors to get some additional work and be compensated for it, gets the same number of additional hours to the city, but does it without incurring additional benefit costs to the city, and it also allows for folks who are already fully trained to be doing the work rather than having to spend time training a new person to join in and be part of that system. So ultimately, this seemed like a better answer from the city perspective. Of course, the members, the actual inspectors themselves, all unanimously preferred this approach as well. Obviously, they receive a little more compensation, but because they work a little bit more, so it's a good way to do that as well.
Okay, so you had one vacant full-time local building inspector position, and you decided not to fill it?
This was also negotiated with the union, the same union representing all the inspectors. The city had 4 positions of local building inspector and 1 position of plans examiner. And one of the issues, and this has been discussed with the council in the past, one of the issues was that the salaries that we pay building inspectors were not competitive with other jurisdictions. And that was a reason why we would have a very difficult time recruiting certified building inspectors. And then once our inspectors we did hire became certified, they were very quickly hired by other places that paid better. In order to address that issue, as well as, again, this was something that the inspectors themselves preferred, we worked out an arrangement where we basically combined those 5 positions into 4 new positions, which merge the function of plans examination with the function of building inspection. And that allows us to, basically using less money, pay all of them more competitively, which has allowed us to actually attract basically a full contingent of certified inspectors and retain them. More importantly, it also creates some efficiencies in the operation, where if we have the same folks being involved in the plans examination process who then are also the inspector out in the field, that gives them better knowledge of the project and allows them to be more efficient in the inspection process, which ultimately allows us to accomplish more with less time.
Okay.
Now, I would have no problem if the council wanted to encourage us to spend more money and hire more inspectors, but I do believe that this operation that we have will get a very good service for the city in the most efficient, most cost-effective manner possible.
No, I understand. My point is, if we're going to be adding positions, this is one area, as long as I've been here, that certainly needs attention, and I appreciate I appreciate the strategy and you taking a plans examiner and making it full-time, but I just think it's an area that needs attention. So I know we can't add to the budget, but thank you for answering my question.
Council Leahy?
Thank you. Just one quick question. We've always had a problem with people going into the office, the inspectional office, where we've had trouble with vacations and lunchtime duties and things. So how's the cross-training going? People are able to assist customers as they come in? That's always kind of been a little thorn in our side, where we you come in and someone's gone on lunch or someone's on vacation. So are we working hard to address that?
Well, we certainly do make sure that there is ample clerical staff as well as technical staff in the office at all times. Certainly with respect to vacations, perhaps one of the benefits of the fact that we've had a substantial amount of turnover recently is that we have a lot of new employees who don't have very much vacation time allotted to them, so we have them in the office a lot more than some of the veterans that we had in the past who had built up 5-6 weeks of vacation per year. That actually obviously is beneficial to that particular issue. Yeah, we definitely, I know the folks, that both the clerical staff and the technical staff work very hard to make sure that we have proper coverage at all hours that we're open. We do stagger the hours that the inspectors work in order to make sure that we have people at the beginning and the end of the day, as well as the clerks. We also do stagger the lunch breaks so that not everyone is at lunch at the same time.
Okay. And people, I mean, these are things I hear. So if you go in and you're dealing with a particular person, are you able to pick up your file or your permit if that person's out at lunch or?
I suspect it depends a little bit on the nature of the permit request. I mean, the vast majority of permits go into the sort of fast track, very simple permits, things where people are, looking to do a re-roof or a deck or siding, things that are fairly straightforward. If you are asking for the building permit for the addition on Lowell General Hospital, that's going to require a little more extensive plans examination, and there probably will be some back and forth between the plans examiner and the design professional and the applicant, and that will not be something that you'll be able to just walk in at any time and pick up. But the basic permits, it is generally the objective to have them turned around very quickly and readily available and not dependent on any particular individual being around. Now, there are district inspectors who are assigned to each district, so if you're calling for an inspection, it does need to get scheduled, but even that, we generally are scheduling those very, very promptly within a day or so of the request.
I just want to make sure we're not losing money as far as for the simple things. Someone comes in for a request for a roofing permit, you should be able to get in, present the proper paperwork and get out of there paying for your permit in one visit, right?
That is one that should be handled fairly straightforward. I can't say it always works that way because there are sometimes extenuating circumstances with a particular application, but generally speaking, roofing permits are turned around very,
Okay.
very quickly like that.
Thank you.
Council Kennedy?
Just as, you know, for full disclosure, I have a distant cousin that works in that department, so, I mean, I don't think that the person's covered, but I just wanted to put that out there. Thanks.
Sure. Any further discussion?
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin. Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy. Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
8 yeas.
Next, we have under Planning and Development, ordinary expenses in the amount of $251,200. What's the wish of the council?
Second.
Move for approval by Council Noon, second by Council Mercia. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Here.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
It's 9 yeas.
Under the Police Department, we have personnel services in the amount of $22,326,206. Council Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the manager or maybe the police chief. And this is somewhat anecdotal, but I'm just curious about it. On that TV show that's on in the morning, City Life, there was, they indicated that the police department had a fleet of, I think, 155 vehicles. Is that true? We have that many? How many vehicles we have?
I can't give you the precise amount, but if you factor in the amount of actual patrol vehicles, unmarked patrol vehicles, seized drug vehicles that we rotate through to be used by some of our undercover officers, motorcycles, the wagon, the prisoner transport wagon, a pickup truck for our fleet maintenance operations, the trailers that we haul various equipment with. I mean, I think all of those things are all registered and would all be probably considered as part of our fleet. I think it could add up to certainly in excess of 100 different types of vehicles.
It could be 155 or thereabouts.
I could certainly pull together a report for you, but I would think when we have 8 motorcycles, if we start to add things up, I would say we probably have we probably certainly have 100 actual cars that we use. I know that we have approximately 60 vehicles that currently have AVLs installed in them, and we still have at least another 20 to 30 vehicles above that that we're moving towards installing AVLs in those. That's probably the size of our standard fleet.
How many cars do we have on any shift, out on the street?
Well, you have a combination of patrol cars, patrol units, supervisors' vehicles. We have additional patrol units. For example, we call them a community response unit. You have traffic vehicles that are out there. So you're talking probably 30 vehicles at any given time could be out on the patrol side of the house, the marked units. Then you've got various unmarked vehicles that are available, the administrative cars and so forth. There could be another 15 of those vehicles available.
That are out there every day?
Yes.
So there's 45 vehicles?
Not all operational simultaneously 24 hours a day, but at different times of the day during the week, yes, you would have all those vehicles available.
Okay. So when if I'm a police officer and I work my shift and then I come in with my police car, then the second shift person takes my car, right? I mean,
Yes.
Is that what happens?
Yes.
And they gas it up and check the oil or whatever and then back out there. for
Yes,
the secretary.
the majority of vehicles are shared vehicles, with the exception of vehicles, again, assigned to certain individuals based on the assignment that they perform. They may have a car that's assigned for their use solely, but the majority of our fleet is shared vehicles.
That would mean there's, let's say, 45 vehicles. Let's say that there's a few extras, and so there's 60. So there's still, or let's stick with 60. That means there's like 100 extra vehicles. If 155 is an accurate number, that just seems like a real lot. Now, maybe some of those are seized vehicles.
Yes.
But I would think that those would just be, you would only have those on a temporary basis, right? You wouldn't count those as part of the fleet, would you?
Well, again, we're constantly rotating the fleet, so, we will use a vehicle until it can go no further. So just recently, I've authorized removing one of the vehicles from the fleet and passed a car down to that officer that's assigned to that function. Again, when you factor in when we talk about vehicles, I mean, everything that we register, so there's a lot of different things. We have a four-wheel, I'm not sure what the term, an off-road type vehicle that's fairly new to our fleet that's stored for certain uses. Some of these are very, some of the vehicles we may have may be very specific. Their uses may be somewhat limited. They're only used occasionally. We have extra patrol vehicles, so in other words, when when malfunctions on a cruiser, the cruiser's out for repairs, it's down, it's just awaiting some normal service. I mean, we have to have extra vehicles. Occasionally, we have detail officers. They might be working road closure or bridge closure and such. During the overnight hours, we supply vehicles to them to use for their safety and for the efficiency of that assignment. So we do have a lot of vehicles. But again, they're not necessarily, for the most part, they're not sitting idle. These are, used in the daily operations of the organization, and always allowing for some downtime for these vehicles to be serviced.
Yes. But still, on a daily basis, if you need 60 vehicles and you have 160 or 155, whatever it would be, that's a lot of extra vehicles. And what I'm thinking of, I mean, you have a large budget, and it's a large department, but that would also be a large expense, I would think, maintaining all of those vehicles. And if there are vehicles that we don't necessarily need, then, I mean, I guess there should be a need to maintain all those vehicles, and they should, somebody should be using them, or we should need them, or else we should dispose of them.
I would say that one of the things that we notice is that certainly when a vehicle is used by one operator on a consistent basis, it requires minimal amount of maintenance. You're talking routine servicing. Because it's not a vehicle that's used 24/7, it doesn't have the high level of wear and tear on the vehicle, so you're not replacing tires as frequently and so forth. So those vehicles last a very long time. The patrol vehicles, on the other hand, which you'll notice coming before you tonight, the only thing that we're asking for in terms of vehicles is, I believe it's seven new vehicles for the coming year. We rotate a very small portion of our fleet on an annual basis. We alternate, we don't replace everything, and these are strictly frontline vehicles. So we will take a frontline vehicle off patrol, but that vehicle doesn't it still has a usefulness to the organization. So what we do is we move that vehicle off the front line and further back into the organization. So it's not used 24/7, but it's still utilized and so forth. And we keep going that way, trickle down until the worst of the fleet is then taken out of service. We also, we're pretty creative about using our vehicles for parts if we need to. So as the fleet, as a vehicle is taken out of service for, may still have usable parts on it that we can salvage, honestly, to repair some of the other vehicles. But one of the issues that affects us now is because the Ford vehicles that we have been using for years are no longer available. So we've had to change to a different type of patrol vehicle. So for the first couple of years, as we introduce those Chevys into the fleet, we don't have those older vehicles to borrow for parts. So it's going to take us a little bit of time now to get that sort of reserve built back up. But this would be the second half of the patrol vehicles that we hope to purchase this coming fiscal year.
And your average police car, how many years does it last? 5 years?
Oh, do you mean the frontline patrol vehicles?
Yeah, the cars that are out there
I think it's I would say no more than 2 years, we're rotating it out. Probably, safe to say, probably a year and a half. Probably about a year and a half when we take it. It's no longer the frontline patrol vehicle, and it's given a secondary assignment in the organization. I mean, sometimes these vehicles are made backup cruisers. Sometimes they're repainted and they're made vehicles for detective use or administrative use, so forth. So they're cycled back down, but probably a year and a half, no more than 2 years for a frontline vehicle, because again, it's used 24/7. It never has any downtime unless it's in the shop getting repaired.
Yeah, well, see, I guess what I heard that there was 155, then I thought, well, maybe there's extra vehicles so that they can have downtime. I mean, a year and a half to me seems like a pretty short amount of time. Even going 24/7, if they're maintained the way I'm assuming that they are, it seems like, I mean, how many miles can you put on 24/7 in a year and a half? Can you?
I don't have that
No.
figure. I don't know that figure right off the top of my head.
Can we get a report on the vehicles and?
Sure, we can, yeah.
The amount and what kind they are and why we have them, and also the rationale for maintaining a fleet of that size?
Sure, we can certainly do a report, but if I could just add to the superintendent really hit upon most of the issues that I was going to mention. I think every police department really beats their cruisers into the ground, and by that I mean they use them as a frontline vehicle for a certain amount of time, and then they pass down to something less intensive, and then pass them down again, or pass them into specialized purposes, and then keep them as for parts if need be. By the time they're done being used, they have zero value, really. You can't sell them off to get anything. I suppose you can sell them off to get parts, but they're the same parts that we need. So that doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense. So that's why we kind of go through that. And a year and a half might not sound like much, but when you consider that the average person puts on about 15,000 miles, 15,000 miles a year, and they're driving their vehicle maybe 2-3 hours a day, these are going 24 hours a day. I think if you kind of did the quick math or did the math on it, you'd be saying that it would be the equivalent of having a car for 10 or 12 years to do something like that. So I think
Well, you might be right, and maybe I'm sure when we get the report, maybe that will be evident that that it's like that. It just seems and I think it probably to the layperson, and I'm a layperson, that if you buy a car, you buy a 2013, it's hard to imagine that by 2015 that car is going to be completely useless, because because all of the driving's within the city limits, and there's a lot of time when the car must be just idle, where you're not going anywhere, you're just kind of.
That's actually worse for a car,
Right.
to just be sitting idle. And again, it's just a year and a half, but it's continuous use during that period of time. And it's not useless at the end of that year and a half. It's very useful to us for then passing on to less intensive use, and then so on and so on. So, at some point we could get rid of them maybe for the ones that really have zero value, other than the fact that, we may need a hood off of one car. We may need we may start pulling off the mirrors and the engine components and so on. So,
Well, I guess, my interest, and thank you very much, but my interest would be not just in, I'm calling them the police cars, but the marked cars, but all of the other vehicles that are unmarked, and what are all those for, and what kind of cars are those, and what are we, it just seems like one heck of a lot of cars.
yeah, I mean, a lot of the drug seizure cars and the things of that sort, we get quite an assortment of vehicles, and you don't want to always be driving around in the same, orange Gremlin that someone picks up on it. I had an orange Gremlin, that's why I use that. But that's, then it's kind of clear, here comes that Lynch guy, so.
Were you on drugs at the time?
I'd keep that quiet about the orange Gremlin, Mr. Manager. I don't know that I.
That's a real magnet.
Councilor Mercia?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too was concerned about the vehicles. Madam Superintendent, thank you for being here. This is what I had the breakdown of: 76 marked cruisers, 57 unmarked cruisers, 8 motorcycles. Do we still have a watercraft vehicle?
Yes,
Do we have the mobile command unit?
yes.
And we have 9 vans and 4 other type of vehicles, which does add up to 156. So when I hear 76 marked cruisers, it seems like I don't see maybe 10 of them out at once. So you wonder, where are the others? So maybe we could get in that report how many are sitting idle that are marked cruisers or unmarked cruisers that we need for parts. Maybe that's included in this figure. You know what I mean? I don't know that, so.
Yeah, I think that you'll find that when we do the report, I think you'll find that most of them are actually utilized. Remember, a number of the districts in the city are actually divided into 2. There's 2 patrol districts in that one area. So we have 2 cars for at least half of the sections in the city. There's 2 patrol vehicles on duty at all times, or actually on the night shifts. So, and then there's a number of supervisors' vehicles, and as I said, those other units that we would consider part of patrol, which is you've got a lot of those specialized traffic details that are out there. Those officers are brought in at certain hours of the day to patrol certain either high crime areas or high accident locations to do traffic enforcement. There may be 3 or 4 of those out at a given time on a specific day. So there's quite a few vehicles out there in operation.
Can we learn how many of these vehicles are going home?
There's a very limited number that go home. I would say that, I can give you that, but I can safely say tonight it's no more than 10 vehicles. Maybe I'll get you the exact count, but it's no more than 10 vehicles. And it's specific in nature to the job that those people perform.
Can you let me know how many bicycles we have other than
Bicycles?
Officer Gano?
I can certainly try to figure that one out as well. Yeah, we don't register the bicycles, but they don't. I think a good indicator of how many vehicles we have out there is probably our fuel costs, because they're not sitting idle. And you'll see that we've spent nearly $100,000 this year, or we expect to expend $100,000 on fuel this
Well, I'd
year.
like to see more bicycles out there in the neighborhood that are patrolling.
I agree with you.
That'd
I
be
agree with you.
nice. Well, and because we have younger recruits, so that's
I mean, we
good.
certainly use the bicycles during various events, but you're absolutely right. Officer
Yes.
Gano is one of our officers who rides it year-round. He has
Yes, he is.
specialized
He's got-
tires on it for winter.
Yes, he has like winter chains or something on it. I don't. He has a siren and.
Yes, he does.
and
You'll know he's
everything.
coming, yes.
He's just amazing. I really.
He loves
think
riding
so.
the bike.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager. Do we know how many unmarked city vehicles, and I'm not including the police department, do we have any city vehicles in different departments that are unmarked that do not have the city seal that?
We have an inventory of city vehicles. I don't happen to know that, Counselor, off the top of my head. We issue that we get that report on a regular basis. We can pull that for you. Actually, it's in the, Mr. Moses just whispered in my ear, it's in the capital plan. That'll tell you. Now, how many of them have seal and how many of don't have seals?
Yes, that's,
I don't know that.
I'd be
Most
curious
of
to
them,
know
most of them have seals. I think there's probably, I was leaving aside the police department unmarked
I'm
cars.
not talking about them, yes.
I would venture to guess it's probably, well, I hate to venture to guess. It's probably but it's
Let's,
probably under a dozen.
Let's not leave aside the police department, because that's what this line item is for, personnel services under the police department, so.
I'm just asking a general question
We
at
can-
this time.
We'll
Thank
get
you,
that.
Mr. Manager.
Council Lori?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the police chief. We do have, it was the holiday. That's down to $500,000. Is that through the contracts?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part. Which
Holiday?
line item?
The holiday's down to $500,000?
Yes, reduced mostly due to the number of vacancies that we had on the department.
It's going to be $500,000 savings?
Hold on.
No, that has been folded into the holiday by
reduced.
contract has been folded in now to the.
I'm sorry.
That's the other
regular
question
pay.
I have, was that due to contracts?
Correct.
Okay.
I stand corrected.
To the, for full-time, permanent full-time?
And the other question I do have is, You asked for $850,000 in overtime. The manager says $800,000. Now, I know we do, we've hired a couple of police officers this year. And I know last year we did cut it, and no sooner did we cut it, we've had some issues in the city, and we had to replace it, I think all of it. Is that $800,000 going to be enough if we have a problem in the city this year?
Well, I think it's a fairly solid amount to be receiving. You know, we increased largely because, again, we were expending again, due to some vacancies and in addition to the issues we were facing, seemed to be expending the overtime at a fairly steady rate. I mean, I think year-to-date, we're at $862,000. But that is largely, there was a significant increase in our overtime spending due to the events around the Boston Marathon and our assistance rendered to the city of Boston, which we will be getting reimbursement for, but it made for a significant increase in our overtime spending. So I think that the $800,000, when you factor in the increases in wages that occurred this year and so forth, it seems to be an adequate amount certainly to move into the fiscal year.
You know, I was just concerned, we still have some issues downtown. I'd like to see that cleaned up. We do have some issues in the neighborhood. I know most of the major crime is crime on crime, but, you know, it's a willing investment to get rid of it and to keep it in the budget, and I was just wondering if you needed the additional money. I think it's good to have, but if you think you can do it with the new police officers, that's fine too. Really, that's all the questions I have.
Council Noon, and then Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the superintendent. Your department report indicated that the crime in the city has gone down in almost all categories. Is that?
Yes.
Given that success that you have, do you still need the court time that you have requested last year? That is over 400,000, and the same request for this year?
The court time, is that what you said?
Yes.
Sorry, yes. Yes, court time we're spending, I mean, that's a pretty accurate amount of what we're spending.
But if the crime going down, do you still need the same amount, though, for the officer to be in court?
Well, again, wages have gone up slightly, so even though there might be a reduction, the cost of officers attending court increased slightly, but we're not seeing significant decreases. You know, we monitor court time on a monthly basis, and this seems to be a realistic figure.
So if the trend remain, that is, the crime rate in the city stay the same or going even further down, do you anticipate that amount to go or would stay the same, the court time?
Well, although crime has gone down, I don't think it's gone down so much so that we've had to cease attending court, you know, and we can only control the court appearances to a certain extent. I mean, when officers are subpoenaed to attend or, you know, multiple officers are required to testify in court on a particular case, that's, you know, we work with the district attorney's office as much as possible to control that, but some of that is beyond our control, so.
I see. My other question on the expense, communications, is going up right around $27,000. Could you explain what's that for, the communication?
The communication CDMA?
Yes, yes.
That's a cellular data cost that we incur. A lot of that has gone up as we've, that's not telephones, that's cell phone, modems in the police vehicles, technology that we may be using for the computers in the vehicles or for the AVL system. It serves a dual purpose. We'll be putting some iPads in the vehicles instead of computers, trying to save some costs there, but you still have to have the data line, the costs associated with that. So that's primarily what that is.
So the cost for...
As technology increases, we're paying more costs in that line item.
So the cost for this year is partly due to the iPad and whatnot that incorporated or installed in the cruiser?
I think that's some of it, and I think also that $20,000 was not, the amount that we were approved last year was not fully funded, if you will, based on our needs at the time. So we're trying to rectify that moving into next fiscal year.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any Councilman Donzer?
Yes. I mean, some of the things I like about the budget is we're not going to increase the local tax levy, but in some cases, we are increasing the services at the same time, which is a big plus for those that we serve. And one of the things is the number of staffing in the police department, at least in here, shows it going from 328 to 333, but I've heard different numbers about how many sworn officers. So there's 5 being personnel increase, but how many are officers? And
I know we tried to address this last week. I think all right, so we only have 1 additional officer, and that I can say for sure. We only have 1 additional civilian position. All of our employees are already working. So in other words, we've increased, you made a full-time animal control compliance officer since the last budget was approved. So that person's already employed, but it's showing as an increase in one of our positions this year. So we have a domestic violence victim witness advocate in the unit. Again, an increase over last year's budget, but already employed. So any of our increases, these are already positions that have been approved, or ordinance positions. They're already currently working. So there's no new people getting hired at the police department after you approve this budget.
so over the last 2 years, it's increased to 5, is that what you're saying? I mean, we're showing a head count of 5 extra now.
Mr. Moses?
I think
One thing that could affect this is, beginning last year, when we started with the budget, it contained a fixed number of people, but during the year, as they apply for grants and they may hire a grant-funded position, it adds a position, and it looks like the budget increases from year to year, but the position was actually added in the prior year.
Right.
And that's creates some inconsistency.
And are any of these grant funded, you mentioned things? Oh, you're not sure?
I'm not sure, but that happens quite often. It's happened in the past year. I remember when we hired a couple of data type people a couple of years ago in the police department. They weren't in there in the year they were added, and they appeared in the next year. And somebody asked the same question, where did these people come from? Well, they were added mid-year the prior year. So it looks like they're new in the budget, and they are new in the budget, but they're not new employees.
Not new in the next fiscal year, you mean? And going to the neighborhood meetings, you also mentioned that in the police academy, you had I think it was 2 extra slots, but one of them may be vacant now?
We did, and the manager authorized me to hire 2 additional positions in anticipation of a couple of retirements, but we did not end up being able to fill those positions. So there is 1 additional officer whose salary will be funded in the fall by Middlesex Community College, and the manager has given me the authorization to move that person, get them hired and into the academy. So we are covering the salary while they're in the academy, and then Middlesex will pick up the cost for that officer. So that's the 1 additional increase.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Just for full disclosure, I have a brother that works in this department. How many people are going to be retiring in this fiscal year?
Well,
I'm sorry, police officers.
Right. I don't think we have anyone reaching the mandatory retirement age. It's possible that we may have one during the course of the fiscal year. There may be one that I know of that might be reaching the mandatory retirement age of 65. Other than that, we never really know for sure when someone's going to make the decision. We have two officers that are involved in the retirement process due to disability issues. So those, assuming that if at some point they get approved, then there'll be 2 retirements.
Okay. Thanks. Through you to the manager. I asked the same question last year, but I forgot the answer. Mr. Manager, Last year, I was one of the people that supported a cut in the overtime budget for police. And this year, I see that it's budgeted at 800,000 and that we've spent so far 820. So I don't have any intention of making a motion to reduce the overtime budget or supporting a motion. But it does appear that that there's a surplus, at least with a short time to go, in that account of 127,000 last year. My question is this: in this budget, there are 9 police officer positions that are funded. What is the rationale for keeping those 9 positions? And I think most councilors, when they go to the neighborhood meetings, oftentimes people will ask, why can't we have more offices, more offices? What is the rationale for not filling those 9 positions, keeping them vacant but funded, and running an overtime and having overtime budget of $800,000?
I think we are filling those positions. Those are the ones that are in the academy that we're filling. And the rationale for the overtime is that,
excuse me, I'm not asking for the rationale for the overtime. I'm
Okay.
saying, what is the rationale for running the overtime at 800 and keeping those positions vacant? Last year, when the budget was before us, there were 10 vacant positions funded in the budget. This year, I think there's 9 that I counted.
Right.
They're staffed now. They're all in the academy. Every position plus 1 is filled at the moment.
Correct.
Oh, they are?
Yes.
Okay. So would that mean then that we should expect for the overtime budget to go down this year?
It takes us so long. I mean, the hiring cycle to get an officer hired and trained, it's over a 1-year process. So every time we have a vacancy, we're looking at, a year before that officer is on the streets working, getting them hired through the academy and so forth. Some of what affects our overtime costs are whether we've made significant progress in the amount of officers out injured, and officers that are going out injured are only out for typically short durations now, weeks instead of months or years in the past. So that's not really such a significant issue for us. But we do, from time to time, have a significant number of employees out on family medical leave due to, health matters of themselves or a family member, or maybe the birth of a child. And I know that's been impacting us this year quite a bit, even in our communications room. We've had a lot of our employees out, some simultaneously on certain shifts. So there's no alternative for us except to staff on using overtime. The current overtime today is 81,000. Our balance today is $81,300 plus. But we did move money within our own salaries and wages. We did have a surplus in there from those vacancies that we were carrying, and we did move money over into the overtime. Once the events happened in Boston, and just in 5 days in Boston, we expended $40,000 in 5 days. So that was a significant chunk of what was remaining for the last quarter of the year. So we began to move money to make sure that we didn't have to come before you, or didn't have to not staff the downtown and so forth. So, I mean, the advantage to having the overtime is that we can prioritize and select exactly where those resources are allocated. So we can pinpoint whether it's a shift in the radio room or 4 hours on Bridge Street in Centerville, because that's got a current crime issue where we want to put an officer. So we're able to allocate very precisely where we need to put the resources. So it is efficient. It does sound like a lot of money, and over the course of the year, it is a lot of money. But it still seems to be more effective rather than hiring multiple employees and having to pay them a salary, a wage 24/7. It still might not enable us to have that officer to put on Bridge Street during those hours, So it is a more effective use of resources. We try to manage it, we watch it. I get a report every week of what our spending looks like. We sign off on the second floor. It's one of the 2 deputies signs every single overtime slip that we process. So we know where the overtime is going every week, and where we're spending it, what we need to look at, where our issues may be, whether there's staffing shortage somewhere. So we have a real live weekly examination of where we're spending the money.
Okay. Okay, and it's not all being spent on police officers either, right?
No,
On
no.
Dispatches
Yes.
and so forth and so on.
Yes.
So when this budget was prepared, and it was written up with 9 vacancies, Councilman Donser asked a while ago, or you told him, I think, there was 1 police officer, but there's really...
An increase. Well, an increased position. So when we were preparing the budget, we were still in the hiring cycle, so we had all those vacancies. But what I meant was, this budget versus last year's budget shows 1 additional sworn officer. So that's what I meant by the increase. So all of the positions are currently filled.
So we have more police officers on the street than we did last year at this time, is that right?
Yes, technically speaking, 1 position, yes.
We just have 1.
1 increase, yes. Right, because even last year at this time, we had them all filled. So by the time we got to this point, they were all filled. Actually, we were down a slot by this point last year. We were filled for exactly 1 week last year. When we filled every slot we had available and the academy started the first week of June, everything was staffed. And then we had our first retirement that occurred about a week later. So then we began the retirement cycle.
So how do these positions show up as vacant? Are those retired positions or something?
Yes,
Is that
and
what
we
happened?
just had not hired candidates yet in time for the budget and the academy and so forth.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Manager? Council Lori.
Move to approve.
To approve by Council Lori, seconded by Council Martin. Council Elliott.
I just have a couple of questions. So following up on the question on court time, Madam Superintendent, you're looking for level funded this year, but there was also a transfer out or a reduction of 37,000, and there's another 7,000 left. So you requested to transfer it out. So why are you looking to level fund this year?
Well, because like, as I said, one of the things that we can't predict how frequently our officers will need to go to court. It's a little bit of an unknown for us. We can't completely control this line item.
Right.
And it was in the last quarter, right at the end. We just made that transfer recently because we knew that calculating what the weeks left and what we had to pay out, we knew that that was safe to move that money.
Okay.
That we wouldn't need it. But we don't always, as I said, we can't always control that particular line item.
Right. There's one reduction I think that we can make or we should make, and that is for out-of-grade, it's physical fitness incentive, out-of-grade compensation. Why was that request put in again?
That is a contractual item for the, both the superior officers and the patrol officers.
Right.
To participate in a fitness incentive on an annual basis. And again, we never know quite how many of the employees will avail themselves of that opportunity and will successfully pass it.
Right.
So we build in this amount, which we think is a reasonable amount to cover those costs.
Okay, well, there hasn't been a nickel spent from this line item, though.
It was just, I'm sorry.
I mean, nothing's been spent.
It's once a year, and it's done in May generally, and this year was pushed into June because of some issues with the College Stadium.
It was, we should have $8,500 remaining. It was just those, both the superior officers and the patrolmen just held their event, and all but $8,500 was expended.
Okay. That was it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy. Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Lori.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
8 yeas.
Under Police Department, we have ordinary expenses of $1,533,168.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Council Lori, second by Council Noon. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy. Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Lori.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
Next for the Fire
8
Department,
yeas.
we have Personnel Services in the amount of $15,720,835.
Move to approve.
Council Lori.
I'd just like to disclose I have a brother-in-law who works for the fire department.
Move to approve by Council Noon, second by Council Mercia. Any discussion? Council Mercia.
Yes. I have no problem to approve the budget. I just wanted to ask the chief one question. And as you go into the yard to the police department, and then the back is the fire department, there's a bus there, and it seems like it never moves.
That's actually an emergency management bus. It doesn't move very often. It would be brought to the scene of very large fires or a certain incident where it was needed
So
for
you
like a
do use
rehab
it.
vehicle.
You do use it?
Oh, it does get used,
Oh, you use
just not
it.
very often, right?
Oh, I didn't know what it was there for. I thought it was just sitting there.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's-
that's all
yeah.
I had to, thank you.
Any further discussion? Counselor Elliott?
I just want to know, so there were less company closings. In fiscal year 11, there were 1,010, and this year 933. Is that what the overtime is used for, or how is what the increased overtime?
Yes. Since February of 2011, we have not closed 3 fire companies on the same shift. We close 2 before we hire.
So how can we reduce that number of closings without overtime? Is it possible?
You could hire more firefighters. It would either be supplement the department with permanent firefighters, increase the overtime budget, or a combination of both.
And how many firehouses are there? Has that number been the same for a long time?
Well, there's 13 fire companies that operate out of 8 stations. I mean, years ago in '92, we had 11 stations. 3 of them were closed permanently in '92.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie. Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
8 yeas.
We have under the fire department ordinary expenses in the amount of $649,250.
Move approval.
Move to
Second.
approve by Counsel Leahy, second by Counsel Noon. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie. Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
That's 8 yeas.
Next, we have under the Lowell Public Schools, single line appropriation. This number has been changed. The number I have is $144,360,281. Is that correct, Tom?
Right.
That's the wish of the council.
Move approval.
Move for approval by Counsel Leahy, second by Counsel Mendonça. Counsel Martin?
My wife's a school teacher, so as the rules, I think I'm required to disclose that, but because it's a single line, I'm allowed to vote on the bottom line.
Counsel Mendonça?
I have the same disclosure. I have family members that work for the school department, but that's controlled by the school committee.
Counsel Laurie?
I have a sister-in-law who's employed by the school department.
Of course you do. Counsel Leahy?
I have a sister, a niece, probably somebody else, so I'll disclose that too.
We're here till 11 now.
Counsel Kennedy?
My wife's a part-time tutor in the school system.
Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
It's 9 yeas.
Next, we have the Greater Lowell Technical School ordinary expenses in the amount of $6,370,618.
Move approval and throw in a few chickens.
Motion to approve by Counsel Mercia, second by Counsel Laurie. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
It's 9 yeas.
Under the DPW administration, we have personnel services in the amount of $376,225. What's the wish of the council?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Council Laurie, seconded by Council Leahy. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
It's 9 yeas.
Under DPW administration, we have ordinary expenses in the amount of $935,700. What's the wish of the council?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Council Laurie, second by Council Martin. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have DPW engineering personnel services in the amount of $408,757.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Council Laurie, second by Council Leahy. Council Elliott.
Could I just ask about overtime, why it's at $10,000? I know in 12 it was $1,600. Why has there just been a significant increase?
There's two reasons for that. A few years back, we cut back and weren't doing any overtime. And then when we did start doing overtime again, we charged it to Chapter 90. In order to do more paving with the Chapter 90, we stopped charging overtime to that, and we started charging overtime to this account. So that's why there's a jump.
So how come we're not charging Chapter 90 money? Because that's state money, right?
Yes, when the overtime is due to the paving work, we can charge the overtime to that.
And if I may, we're trying to maximize the amount of Chapter 90 money that goes directly into hot top.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under DPW, land and buildings, we have personnel services in the amount of $1,772,093. Council Elliott.
This is just a general question, Mr. Snow. I see that staffing increased from 2013 to 2014. I couldn't find exactly where these positions were. Could you provide that explanation?
Yeah, we added a HVAC technician, a plumber, and a painter in lands and buildings.
So those are,
Hopefully it is.
you get 10 increases, right? 10 positions?
In which area are you talking about?
I don't know, because I look at the staffing levels, and it says in 2013, you had 100 individuals, and then in 2014, there's 10 additional staff people. Are they, I'm going to presume they must be spread out in different areas.
Could you tell me what page that's on, please?
On page 191, I'm just looking at the staffing grid.
Are we able to see it? This is the total
I got 4 new positions, that's all
Right.
all we added, so I don't know why that says 100 to 110.
There are just the positions that were mentioned.
Does that include?
110 is the total DPW. It's more than land and buildings, it's the total DPW.
Right, I mean, but altogether in all of the public works,
Right, it's
I don't know if that includes
4
parks. The parks didn't add any new people this year either, so. No, I mean, those positions are positions. We're only, I guess I can't speak to the 2 numbers there, but we're adding 4 positions this year over last year.
Right.
In all of Public Works.
I'm not sure where that, we try to put as much information as is possible. That number's erroneous.
I was just at, because it doesn't, in the budget statement, it doesn't describe where any of the positions are, so that's the reason why, if we're voting on 110 positions, we should know where they're at.
Do you have
What did you, could you just explain, again, Mr. Snow, what you just mentioned, the positions you're asking?
In lands and buildings, yeah.
In lands and buildings.
We want to add 3, an HVAC technician, a plumber, and a painter. We'd like to get more work done at schools, and I'm always getting beat up to get more work in schools, so that's one way of getting more work done, is to have more people to do the work. And then the 4th position is a recycling enforcement coordinator in the streets department.
Right. And is that grant funded?
That has been grant funded for the last 2 years, but the grant runs out this month, actually. So we'd
How
like
much
to...
is that?
That is... we have it in for $37,560.
And does that person hand out fines and citations?
He does outreach, education, and he does sort of inspections and leaves. He doesn't actually do the fining, but he would leave like an inspection sticker that said, hey, you know, you had this in here and it should have been in there, and that kind of thing. He does not issue fines.
I'm just trying to find out if that position can pay for itself, if they can hand out citations or fines.
Well, fines would get issued. I don't know that it's in the job description for him particularly to do it as a grant-funded person, but we could put it in the job description once he's on the city. And I would say that it would pay for itself. I mean, a small increase in recycling and a small decrease in municipal solid waste would pay for that easily.
I mean, I'll support that position, Mr. Manager, if you can, if that individual can. I mean, outreach is good and education is good, but I think enforcement is, I'm trying to think the individual that held it before, he was out giving
That was
citations.
Sean Shanahan.
Sean Shanahan, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can be authorized to do that. I see that as part of his responsibilities. But the bigger way we get people to, I think what Mr. Snow is referring to, is the biggest way we get people to correct their behavior, if you will, is to leave them the information. If they see something that shouldn't be in their trash, or that should be recycled, or if they're overflow on the trash barrel, our goal here isn't to just fine people. Our goal is to educate people as to the regulations, and then we can follow up with the fine. So I agree with you, Counselor, and that will be part of the responsibility.
The job description isn't finalized yet because it has to get approved by the council, so we can put whatever we want.
That certainly is, in my perspective, part of the job.
Right. No, I don't want to belabor it, but it just seems at this point, people know what the system is, and if they treat, that's fine. I'd appreciate that. Did we find the other 6 positions, or is that?
There aren't 6 other positions. There are just 4 positions. I'm not sure where that number came from in the 110.
Yeah.
That's not, it's not listed in the budget at all, those positions. It's just those 4.
Council Kennedy?
So should this be 104 then, instead of 110? Is that what we should be approving as
I believe it should be, yes.
I guess we gotta know, I mean, what we're counting. It's 13, 49, 75. If you add parks to, you know, what I have down in my area, it's 107 minus, we have 4 new positions, so probably, I mean, the number should be 107, but I think last year it should have been 103. So I think there's I don't know where the error is. But
This chart is designed to be more informational than, you're not voting on that chart that's listed there.
Well, how do we know how many positions we're voting for in the budget then? I mean, all there is one line item for salary and wages, and so we don't rely on that. If that is just for informational purposes, it seems like it's incorrect for this department, but
for that chart,
if we don't know that, then we don't know how do we know how many positions we're voting on?
If you go to the back of the budget in the appendix that lists the personnel,
yes,
you can count up that way, and that's where you'll see that.
All right, did somebody already do that?
Excuse me?
Did somebody already do that?
It's 75, not counting parks and cemeteries.
And so you came up to 107, did you say?
Counting parks and cemeteries, I come up to 107.
And should parks and cemetery be counted in that?
They're in the total public works, but they're not in the DPW.
Right. But
they're not
when the budget was being done and you came up with 110, did that count parks and
I believe it probably did.
Okay. Can I just ask one other question on You mentioned doing more work in the schools, and I know that we've talked in the past about maybe hiring kids for the summer to do some of that. Where do we stand with that?
Those discussions sort of broke down with, we've been trying to work with the union on that, but we're continuing to push ahead to see if we can do some other things with the kids this summer. We've got we've done quite a bit of summer programming, youth hiring with recreation and parks. So that's where we put all those kids that we've been hiring.
Right, but I imagine there's kids that would like to have that as a summer job. And it would seem to me that we'd be able to do a lot of the cosmetic work, at least, at a cheaper than if we went out to, if we did it in-house, or if we went out to, got an outside contractor.
In looking at the work orders that are in the queue, most of the work that needs to be done is more of a skilled type of position. And we also have the issue of the union has certain responsibilities here as well.
Well, I'm sure when you look at all of the work that has to be done, that's probably true, but you came with several of us last year on that tour of the schools, and you could see that there was a lot of work there that was just cosmetic that could be done through summer jobs. Young people, unskilled people could do it with summer jobs.
If you could give me an example of that type of work, because most of it that we saw was skilled work. I'm not sure what the cosmetic work is that you
Well, when we were talking about this, what were we talking about? How are we gonna do that? How did the talks break down if there was not any work for
Well, that was one of the issues that we were trying to figure out how to put them in there. We were trying to work with the Voc School on some things. We were also trying to utilize some of their students, and the union was somewhat receptive to that, but that doesn't seem to have taken place. And then with our own union, we've been discussing more different other opportunities to bring people in. But again, they make the point that it's a good portion of it is skilled work.
Yeah, my recollection is that we saw some broken windows, and so there would be window panes that could be replaced. That there's probably more custodial work that could be done, extra cleaning that could be done, and scrubbing, that there probably was like cosmetic painting touch-ups that could be done and that type of stuff. It seemed to me going through there, and maybe my recollection is way different from yours, that there was quite a bit that could be done.
Well, in terms of the custodials, that would come out of the school department. In terms of the replacing panes of glass, I don't think of that as being necessarily something that's totally unskilled. There is some level of expertise that needs to go into that, particularly at high heights that some of these windows are. The painting, 1705 has been working closely with us on doing more painting. So, that's making a dent in that.
I guess I had the low height windows in mind, Mr. Manager. But anyways, I don't want to...
So it's something we want to continue to explore, but we weren't able to make it effective this year.
Okay.
Councilor Leahy?
Thank you.
Councilor Elliott?
My question through you to the manager was just, or maybe Mr. Snow, when we negotiate a couple more of these positions, were we able to negotiate any like second shift work so we can get more work done, especially in the schools and some of the buildings?
Can shift positions, they'd be regular shift positions. We've tried to do some things like that in the past, particularly with parks, and had limited success. There's enough work though there in all these categories that they can work. There's work to be done, regular shift and second shift as well, on overtime.
All right, so most of the work in the buildings would probably doing overtime though?
No, not necessarily. I mean, much of the work we can do during the day. If it's replacing a sink or replacing a plug, doing projects like that. Those are the work order things that we have. The larger type projects, we go in the summer and do those. And that's where the
more like painting and tile replacement.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Elliott?
Well, I just, knowing that he wants 4 positions, I'm willing to go to 2 positions. But, so I'd like to make a motion that we reduce the new positions from 4 positions to 2.
Motion by
Second.
Counsel Elliott, seconded by Counsel Kennedy. Any discussion? Councilman Danza.
My concern is that we're trying to improve the work orders we can accomplish at the schools, and that's the whole point of these positions. And so we're going to be cutting that effort in half if we do this.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
No.
Counsel Leahy.
No.
Counsel Laurie.
No.
Counsel Martin.
No.
Counsel Madonza.
No.
Counsel Mercia.
No.
Mayor Murphy.
No.
Counsel Nguyen.
No.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
1 yea.
Motion to
Motion to approve.
approve by Counsel Noon, seconded by Counsel Laurie. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
No.
8 yeas.
Under DPW Land and Buildings, we have ordinary expenses in the amount of $650,000.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Counsel Laurie, seconded by Counsel Mercia. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under DPW Streets, Personnel Services, we have in the amount of $1,142,061.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Counsel Martin, seconded by Counsel Laurie. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under DPW Streets, we have ordinary expenses in the amount of $50,000.
Move approval.
Move to approve by Counsel Leahy, seconded by Counsel Laurie. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under Parks, for Personnel Services, we have a change to that in the amount of $1,561,481.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Counsel Laurie, second by Counsel Noon. Councilman Danza.
Could you repeat what section that is?
Skipped.
Sorry.
This is under Parks for Personnel Services. It's listed in the back at $1.544 million, but in fact, it's $1,561,481.
Okay, yeah. I wasn't seeing the difference on the page I was on, that's
Right.
why. All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under Parks, for ordinary expenses, we have in the amount of $622,000.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Counsel Laurie, second by Counsel Noon. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have under Cemetery Personnel Services in the amount of $137,354.
Move approval.
Move to approve by Counsel Laurie, second by Counsel Mercia. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under Cemetery, for ordinary expenses, we have the amount of $160,225.
Move approval.
Move to approve by Counsel Mercia, second by Counsel Noon. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under DPW Other, we have Snow and Ice in the amount of $1,350,000.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Council Laurie, second by Council Noon. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendoza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
The DPW other, we have street lighting in the amount of $563,000.
Move approval.
Move to approve by Council Noon, second by Council Laurie. Roll call, please.
Just,
Counsel Kennedy.
Excuse me, Council Elliott.
thank you. I just wanted to know, Mr. Manager, why this line item is increasing. I mean, this is an area where we're supposed to see consistent savings, and we're going to buy them and pay them off in 5 years. I did see the explanation, but I looked at the year-to-date expenditure, and it's gone up quite a bit.
I'd like to refer the council to page 20 in the budget. It shows a historical cost of the streetlights, and I'll explain what happened. During 2011, we initiated the transfer of the lights from National Grid to the city. In 2011, mid-year, that happened, which caused was the cause of the reduction in the actual expenses in 2011. In 2012, they were reduced even further, but there was a delay on National Grid's part, and we sought and received some reimbursements for them charging higher rates back in 2011. So that artificially reduced the costs in 2012. If you look at the projections for 2013 at about 500,000, and it's similar to the budget. So that explains the history. 2012 was artificially low because we successfully received a rebate for the delay that National Grid was responsible for in transferring those lights to us in 2011.
Right, I do remember that discussion. I thought there was also an issue with, we were to be getting credits for whatever rate we were negotiating, a lower rate, but that was supposed to kick in, and I never fully
That's
understood.
exactly it. It kicked in, but much later in 2011 than we anticipated. We received payment for that in 2012 that went to credit the expense. So
we're gonna see-
2012's expense was actually lower than the annual run rate.
So the cost of the streetlights are going to increase to $500,000?
No, that's the normal cost. Since we've transferred from National Grid, that's about our costs each year. 2012 was low because we received a credit from National Grid that applied to a previous year.
So what about this year? There was 400,000 put away, or there was budgeted to 400,000 for FY13. So if 12 was artificially low, I understand.
Right. And in fact, those costs did decrease. We were running about 800,000 back in 2007 to 2010, and now we're running closer to 500. So we're saving 300,000 a year.
Right. All right, thank you.
Which I believe, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I believe
Mr.
that's
Manager.
the projection that we gave at the time was that we'd be saving about $300,000 a year on our streetlights costs.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Mendoza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under DPW other, we have waste collection and disposal in the amount of $5,220,000. Which
Move to approve.
move to approve by Council Martin, second by Council Noon. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin. Yes. Counsel Mendoza?
Yes.
Counsel Mercia?
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Counsel Luan?
Yes.
Counsel Elliott?
Yes.
9 yeas.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask a question on that? So it's $1 million, what happens if we don't meet that figure, Mr. Manager? It's $1 million less than last year, and this kicks in midway through, well, it kicks in July 1st, right?
Correct. On this one, we have a certain degree of flexibility too, because of the rebate that we're receiving from Wheelabrator / Waste Management, that we can pull in more. We're factoring in a certain amount the first year, but we can pull in more if we need to through the year to help close that gap. But we're confident that this number is very doable. It's because we're really counting on the same level of tonnage, or just perhaps a minor reduction. What we've done in our budgeting for the next 5 years is decreased that by a certain amount of our tonnage, factoring in that there's going to be increased recycling as a result of the single stream.
Okay, thank you.
Under the Health Department for Personnel Services, in the amount of $2,157,890.
Move to approve.
Moved to approve by Counsel Noon, seconded by Counsel Martin. Counsel Kennedy.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you, there's 2 new positions in this budget.
That's correct. Mr. Singleton? If you could, Mr. Singleton, if you could describe to the council the new positions in the budget this year for the health department?
Yes, we've had for the last 5 years an opiate overdose grant, one of the 13 sites in the state. There was a new application process starting for another 5-year cycle, and we received one of those awards of $100,000 to continue the overdose problem that is continuing to cause multiple deaths in Lowell. And that's to hire a health educator essentially to work with the schools and prevention for the first time and try to stop people from trying these drugs on the grounds they think they're safe prescription drugs when they really are extremely dangerous. So the methadones or the oxycodone or the Percocets or the those type of things.
Okay, you call it a continuation?
There was a 5-year grant that we just got through with the grant cycle on for opiate overdoses, but did not allow us to do prevention. The grant condition was to try to deal with how to keep people from dying, how to improve the ability to reverse overdoses and the like. This new grant allows us to do prevention, so we're going to work heavily with the schools.
Okay, but if the budget is correct for staffing, you had in FY12 you had 45 positions, then last year you went down to 41, and now you're up to 43. So my question is, why are there 2 additional positions?
We added a school nurse as well, basically because of issues related to staffing in the schools. We went from 27 to 28 school nurses.
Right, so those 2 positions now get picked up.
One school nurse and one that's a granted position?
It's a grant, 100% grant funded for a multiple year cycle health educator.
Okay, thanks. Does every school have a school nurse?
Is what?
Does every school have a school nurse?
All schools have a school nurse. The problem is maintaining them sometimes all day long in each school because we have a lot of people out on family medical leave sometimes or on other issues, sick time, what have you. But yes, every school does have a nurse.
Well, then what is the extra nurse for? If every school had a nurse?
Well, some schools have more than one nurse. For example, the high school has 3, plus a 4th one for the freshman academy. That's true. That's the second largest high school in the state with 3,200 kids. So there's multiple nurses there. We usually try to maintain a ratio of 1 nurse to 750 children.
Where will the new position be assigned?
The new position is actually, I believe, in the, I have to check and see where in the mixture it is, but it is it's covering one of the schools, I believe the high school. We move them around every year based on seniority and bidding. So the schools don't have a fixed nurse. The unions have to sit down with us, and on a seniority basis in the fall, we end up assigning nurses to the schools, but each school gets at least 1 nurse.
Okay.
Councilman Johnson.
There's one item that's nearly tripled. It's reading and transportation reimbursement and seminars. So I was just wondering what the rationale for that was. Through the mayor.
Collective bargaining.
That was that's a contractual agreement that we made with them on
So they have to get additional professional development?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Council Laurie?
That was my question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Council Kennedy?
You know, it just seems like the amount of money for salary and wages for, has gone up a lot, even for those two positions. And even when you consider, is there something else there? Is there,
Well, there's
you know what I mean? You take those two positions, and
Right.
then and then add in the raises that people would get, but this is going up $250,000, I think, right?
I think it's going up 175. And the, okay, and then I think what the difference is there is the outside funding, outside funding actually went up.
In the outside funding, they added the grant of the MOAPC grant, but they lost a Mass Call 2 grant, and there was reduction in the funding from the Enhanced School Health Grant. So there was some reduction in outside funding.
Okay, I guess the budget goes up 200,000, the grant money is up 25,000. It just seems like a lot of money. And so my only question is, and maybe the simple answer is, yeah, that's the whole thing, there's two new positions, and then there are the raises that were built in. Is there anything else that's in that budget that accounts for that increase?
Bernie, on page 208, the budget statement, we have a paragraph on. It was basically collective bargaining that drove that.
Yeah, I mean, the situation there was, a large part of that is a backup of settling out of that contract that get carried into this year because there hadn't been a settlement on that before. And so we're trying to deal with issues of holding on to the nurses that we have in this program and having them be properly certified and giving them the pay that's commensurate with that.
Okay.
That's,
There's nothing
there's
else.
nothing,
Yep.
no,
Okay.
nothing mysterious there. That's.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Council Kennedy.
Yes.
Council Leahy.
Yes.
Council Laurie.
Yes.
Council Martin.
Yes.
Council Madonza.
Yes.
Council Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Thank you. Being after 10 o'clock under Rule 5 would require a vote.
I make a motion that we go over and get this done with today.
Motion to waive Rule 5. So moved by Councilor Mercia, seconded by Councilor Mendonça. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed? So voted. Next, we have health ordinary expenses in the amount of $99,200. What's the wish of the council? Approval. Move for approval by Council Leahy, second by Council Noon. Roll call, please.
Council Kennedy.
Yes.
Council Leahy.
Yes.
Council Laurie.
Yes.
Council Martin.
Yes.
Council Madonça.
Yes.
Council Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Elliott.
Yes.
Next, we have the Council on Aging Personnel Services in the amount of $229,084.
Move approval.
To approve by Council Noon, second by Council Mercia. Roll call, please.
Council Kennedy.
Yes.
Council Leahy.
Yes.
Council Laurie.
Yes.
Council Martin.
Yes.
Council Madonça.
Yes.
Council Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under Council on Aging, we have ordinary expenses in the amount of $85,350.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Council Leahy, second by Council Noon. Roll call, please.
Council Kennedy.
Yes.
Council Leahy.
Yes.
Council Laurie.
Yes.
Council Martin.
Yes.
Council Madonça.
Yes.
Council Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Elliott.
Yes.
It's 9 yeas.
Under the Veterans Department, we have personnel services in the amount of $129,629.
Move approval.
Move to approve by Council Mercia, second by Council Noon. Roll call, please.
Council Kennedy.
Yes.
Council Leahy.
Yes.
Council Laurie.
Yes.
Council Martin.
Yes.
Council Madonça.
Yes.
Council Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Elliott.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
Under Veterans, we have ordinary expenses in the amount of $1,111,400.
Move approval.
Move to approve by Counselor Mercia, second by
Second.
Counselor Lori. Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
Counselor Lori.
Yes.
Counselor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Madonza.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
Under Recreation, we have Personnel Services in the amount of $624,576. Move to approve by Counselor Noon, second by Counselor Mercia. Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
Counselor Lori.
Yes.
Counselor Martin. Counselor Madonza.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
I think they have to disclose, is this the line item that the summer kids are going to be hired out of the summer program?
This does include the summer.
It does, well,
Yes.
I think my daughter's hired as a counselor, so I have to disclose that. And I don't know if I can vote on it or not. I'll vote present.
You shouldn't vote.
That's the conclusion of the vote. 8 yeas,
7 yeas.
7 yeas. Next, we have Recreation ordinary expenses in the amount of $65,585. It's the wish of the council.
Move approval.
Move to approve by Counselor Mercia, second by Counselor Noon. Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
Counselor Lori.
Yes.
Counselor Martin. Counselor Madonza.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
8 yeas.
Next, we have Library Personnel Services in the amount of $858,167.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Counselor Noon, second by Counselor Lori. Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
Counselor Lori.
Yes.
Counselor Martin. Counselor Madonza.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
That's 8 yeas.
Next, we have Library Ordinary Expenses in the amount of $318,803.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Counselor Lori, second by Counselor Noon. Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
Counselor Lori.
Yes.
Counselor Martin. Counselor Madonza.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
That's 8 yeas.
We have under unclassified debt service in the amount of $13,976,494. Entertain a motion.
For approval?
Move to approve by Counselor Leahy, second by Counselor Lori. Roll call, please.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Leahy.
Yes.
Counselor Lori.
Yes.
Counselor Martin. Counselor Madonza.
Yes.
Counselor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
That's 8 yeas.
Under unclassified, we have workers' compensation in the amount of $625,000. Counselor Elliott.
Thank you. This is an area, and I know we've had this discussion in the past, but it's really gone up this year from the last year. And I know we have claims, I know people get hurt, but it's just an awful lot of money for, that we pay towards workers' comp claims. I know we have hired people in the past, but how many claims is this, Mr. Manager or Madam Solicitor, that we spend it's almost $700,000 a year? And I know a lot of it looks like a lot of it's from the schools, but I know we settled both of them out. Is there any way for us to really bring this number down? I know last year the manager mentioned we're doing training, we're, trying to take steps to really bring this number or these number of cases down. It looks like it went up this year.
Mr. Manager?
Perhaps the solicitor has a number on the cases. I don't have that off the top of my head, but I will tell you that this is one that we have been very aggressive at trying to bring under control, and we are trying to close out a number of cases that have been long-standing, going back quite some time. We did price this out I will tell you that, to see if we could get someone to write a policy for us on this. And based on our payroll and history, we were up in excess of $1.1 million. So this is, I mean, it is a big number, I agree, but it's one that, that's what we would pay if we were in the getting premium. In the past, we've gone as high as $1 million, actually, $1.9 million in fiscal year '07, and then other years it's been, and then in fiscal year '8, it was just over $1.2 million, and then $1 million in nine. So it's been running about $1 million.
Is it a consistent number of cases, or, I mean, I'm not saying it's easy, and I understand they're very, difficult. Someone says they get hurt on the job, and then it's the city's responsibility to determine whether it's legitimate or we're gonna pay for it or not. But, I know that, years back, same thing with 111F, and we hired and went through a process, and we got those numbers down.
It's really the same process. It's the same people and the same process that deal with 111F issues as deal with workers' comp. We've implemented the same types of procedures and checks for both workers' comp city, workers' comp school, as we have with 111F matters. Right now, I don't have an exact figure. I would guess it's probably somewhere around 11 to 12 cases that we have for workers' comp, city and school. Part of what happens with some of these numbers too is that we're working, as the manager had indicated, we're working to lump sum out some of those cases that have been on the books for a long time, and that's part of what accounts for some of the numbers that you see before us. I think we have made improvements and we have made savings. In the past, I think what has happened is that not only were there transfers, but the transfers at the end of the year were very sizable, and that just hasn't happened. Last year, actually, we didn't require a transfer at all. This year we did, and in fact, just to close out the books, we'll probably require yet another transfer, but they're very contained compared to the hundreds of thousands of dollars of transfers that had occurred in years past. I think I can think back to transfers that I had seen that were anywhere from $200,000 to $300,000 at year's end in order to bring just workers' comp, school, and city into compliance with the budget. So we do have some new strategies that we're going to be employing for this upcoming year. So once again, we hope to bring these numbers down and continue to make improvements as we have with 111F. 111F may be a bit more measurable as well, and I can tell you that our numbers there have been as good as they've ever been probably in the past 20 years. The police were close to being at zero several times during the course of this year, which has never before happened. Even being at just one has never before happened. And fire continues to be low. And as the superintendent had noted, the most dramatic change that we have seen on 111F claims is the duration, which has been very short in time.
Right, no, I think it's a good thing. I just, when you sit here and you say, okay.
I agree. Yep.
700,000. Man, how many streets could we pay for that? How many more police officers can we put on? I understand it's the whole system and it is what it is, but if there aren't strategies being put in place, it's all good. And I'm not saying that, okay, I said my piece, thank you.
Again, we'd need a motion for the 625,000. So moved by Council Noon, seconded by Council Laurie. Roll call, please.
Council Kennedy.
Yes.
Council Leahy.
Yes.
Council Laurie.
Yes.
Council Martin.
Yes.
Council Mendoza.
Yes.
Council Mercia. Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Elliott.
Yes.
That's 8 yeas.
Under unclassified, we have for unemployment, $640,000. Move to approve by Council Kennedy, seconded by Council Leahy. Council Kennedy.
Mr. Manager?
Yes.
You had mentioned amending the budget for the school department to reflect because of the charter school
Correct.
And so, is that why there is so much money in there for unemployment compensation for schools? I mean, it seems like they've spent quite a bit year-to-date, but, the amount of money that was approved last year, I mean, it's twice as much money. And are we gonna, I guess my direct question is, are we gonna need this much money if we're not going to lay off all those people?
Yes, this was actually factored in before there was any discussion with the school department. This, of course, is always there's no absolute number here, but I believe this year we actually added money into the budget midway through the year to pay for the unemployment claims, and that was on a year that there really weren't any issues. What oftentimes happens is we not only pick up the, isn't just when we lay someone off, it's someone who has previously worked for us that gets laid off from another job, that we end up picking up a share of that unemployment. So that's why those costs go up. So they may work here, then leave, particularly in the school department, leave, go work somewhere else, and then get laid off or something happen, and then it comes back to us.
Okay, so even though we're gonna make that amendment, and we're not gonna lay those people off, you don't see this as an area where we can safely make a cut?
Not at this time, no.
Okay.
Now, that, come November, December, when we're, fine-tuning the budget for the last time before we send in the recap sheet, we may have some opportunities then, but right now I'd say no.
Okay.
Councilman Johnson and Council Lori.
Yeah, along the same lines, what's the benefit period that they can come back to the city for? Anyone know? Through the mayor.
Ms. Callard, do you happen to know how long? I know that we have a number of people that come back, to how long they can come back on the city?
We have one that's been probably 3 years now.
3 years?
Well, I thought they only collect from the state for like 26 weeks in total. I mean, they could be split, but might be some employment in the middle. But I didn't think it would be years or when they go on federal assistance.
Yeah, that's some of the cases that we have had, and we appeal. We're very aggressive in appealing, and we're very successful in cases to get ourselves out of paying the unemployment. We actually have someone that does that work, specifically does that work for us, but in many cases we can't get our way out of those.
And I know we got the report, but maybe the auditor could tell us how much have we spent in the current fiscal year on unemployment? Either individually or combined, school and city. The combined city and schools? Well, all right, thank you.
Council Lori.
I had my question answered. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any further discussion? Council Kennedy.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we cut the unemployment compensation for schools by $100,000.
Unemployment compensation just in general? That's what the line item
For school, yeah, I think we've got, by $50,000. I'm correct, that by 50,000? Yes, in general. Unemployment compensation for schools.
The motion is to cut unemployment by how much?
50?
$50,000. So the line item would then be $590,000.
Second.
Seconded by Council Elliott. Mr. Manager?
The only issue that Mr. Moses and I were just talking about is that, if we budget that and spend it for that, that counts towards our net school spending, so we really will have to add money back into the school budget then. So if we take it out of here, we should probably put it back into the school budget.
And why would we do that?
To meet the net school spending requirements.
Okay. So that wouldn't get us anywhere then, would it?
No.
Any further discussion on the motion? Roll call, please.
Council Kennedy.
Yes?
Council Leahy.
No.
Council Lori.
Yes.
Council Martin.
Present.
Council Mendoza.
No. No.
Council Mercia.
No.
Mayor Murphy.
No.
Council Nguyen.
No.
Council Elliott.
Yes.
3 yeas.
Would return then to the original motion of $640,000 for unemployment. Any discussion? Councilman Donson?
Move approval.
Move to approve by Councilman Donson, second by Councilman Laurie. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under unclassified, we have health insurance in the amount of $22,500,000.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Councilor Laurie, second by Councilman Donson. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Councilor Elliott?
Mr. Mayor, there is a section in here, the Career Center, and there's nowhere listed on a sheet here, and I know it's just a pass-through. I wonder if we could take it up before, if anybody has any questions on the Career Center. I know, I was gonna say take it out of order, but it's not on here anyway, so.
Mr. Manager?
No, that's just for information purposes only. We're the fiscal agent for the state on that, and generally, it's Mike McQuaid who comes, and we force him to sit through the entire meeting, so I just thought Barbara might be interested in staying.
Well, it's not over, so you've got more fun. Anyone wishing to speak on the Career Center? No one? Okay. We're unclassified for retirement, $17,077,418. What's the wish of the council?
Retirement.
approval.
Yes, unclassified for retirement.
Move approval.
Move for approval by Council Mercia, second by Council Martin. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
Under unclassified, we have Medicare tax in the amount of $2,400,000. Move to approve by Council Martin, second by Council Laurie. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under unclassified, we have claims and judgments in the amount of $800,000. Wish of the council. Move to approve by Council Leahy, second by Councilman Donson. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia. No.
Present.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
8 yeas.
Under unclassified, we have other insurance in the amount of $283,000.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Council Leahy, second by Council Laurie. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under unclassified, we have the Northern Middlesex Council of Governments in the amount of $29,048. Move to approve by Councilman Donson, second by Council Mercia. Council Laurie.
Just like to say I serve on the board for the city of Lowell. I represent the city.
Roll call, please. Roll call.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Under wastewater, we have personnel services in the amount of $3,021,667.
Move for approval.
Move to approve by Counsel Leahy, second by Counsel Lori. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Lori.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
Next, we have wastewater ordinary expenses in the amount of $7,839,600. What's the wish of the council?
Move approval.
Move to approve by Counsel Leahy, second by Counsel Lori. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Lori.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have under wastewater debt service in the amount of $6,451,490.
Move for approval.
Move to approve by Counsel Leahy, second by Counsel Lori. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Lori.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have under parking, personnel services in the amount of $315,895. What's the wish of the council?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Counsel Lori, second by Counsel Martin. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Lori.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
Under parking, we have ordinary expenses in the amount of $2,852,534.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Counsel Lori, second by Counsel Mercia. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Lori.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have under parking, the debt service, the amount of $2,316,475. Wish of the council?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Counsel Lori, second by Counsel Leahy. Roll call, please. Counsel Kennedy?
Well, I'll let it go till next Tuesday. It's something else. Okay, I'm sorry.
Roll call.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Lori.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonça.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Next, we have under the Water Department, personnel services in the amount of $2,080,888. Counsel Kennedy?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the manager, salary and wages, personal is up quite a bit in this department, and it doesn't seem like there's an increase in staffing. It's up almost $130,000, and the staffing's level. So why would that be?
Mr. Leahy, do you want to describe the various personnel that's coming on?
We are proposing 2 new positions, Counselor, so that's why there's not an increase in the current, it's currently listed at 37, but it would actually be 39 with these 2 new positions that we're requesting. We're requesting a principal clerk position, and we're also requesting a chief mechanic position.
Okay. How come, is that just a recent decision to increase that? I mean, why isn't it?
I'm not sure if it was a typo or when we put the budget together, it just wasn't something that was entered.
I believe again, in the back of the appendix, where we list out all the positions, it is picked up there. It is not picked up on that, again, that graph.
Right.
Okay. So we'll endeavor in our next year to have this checked out ahead of time. A couple of typos, obviously.
And what page would they be on in the,
They'll be on page 3, beginning on page 314 and going over to 315.
and the two positions are at the
princi-
bottom of that?
The principal clerk, up at the very top.
Okay,
And I'm looking for the chief mechanic is about 10 or 12 lines down.
Right under
Okay.
the CMMS
Under the
position.
CMMS administrator,
okay.
which is currently vacant, we're looking to fill.
There's several positions that are vacant, huh?
There is, we
Yes.
have had some turnovers, but we're actually in the process of doing several interviews.
Right.
Okay, so do you expect that all these positions will be filled at some time?
I'm hopeful,
Like,
yes.
by the end of July or something like that, or?
Sure, I mean, it's a process we go through in interviewing and HR, and we're hoping that within the next several weeks, we'll
And I
be able to fill these positions.
tend to look at them carefully before we move forward.
Okay.
To make sure that it fits into the overall plan for the
Why do we
department.
need these two new positions? And when I say that, I mean, this council has listened to the city clerk, and he's asked for one position, and he was denied his position. So what makes both of these positions be more important than the position in the city clerk's office?
Well, I think that, I'll let Mr. Lahiff go through each one, but I think each one makes sense. I mean, when you're talking about, specifically about the mechanic's position, we have, obviously a facility worth tens of millions of dollars that needs to be properly maintained. And the chief mechanic will be responsible for maintaining that, for a good portion of maintaining that equipment. 8 pump that's the main plant, 8 pump stations, 2 new water tanks, the wash water pumping systems, the newly installed solar system. So all of this continues to increase. This position will be a supervisory, work directly with the mechanics and the CMMS administrator in making sure all of that is maintained properly. We have a huge investment there in our water plant. We want to make sure it's properly maintained.
Right, but that facility's been there for a good long time.
Yeah,
And we'll have 39 positions there. And if you look at the history going back to 2008, we had 38 back then, but then it's been 37, 38, 36, like that. So all of a sudden, we need to have 39, we need the 2 extra positions. So what makes them why do we need 2 positions? What's changed out there that makes it be that we could operate for several years with 37 people, but now we gotta have 39?
Well, I think it's just, as we go through it, go through the process of evaluating every department, we look and see what the needs are and what we're seeing taking place in this case with maintenance issues that need our attention, and determine that, things are, in this particular case, things need to be handled differently with regards to maintaining this facility. And you're right, you are correct, Counselor. It's an old facility that's been there a long period of time. But if anything, that's more reason why we need to maintain it more carefully moving forward, so that we're not in a position of having to spend substantially more than the cost of this position to make sure that it's in working order. And I would also certainly point out that water isn't something that can be taken lightly. I mean, it's so important that we have good water for our citizens as well as our
Absolutely.
fire.
But I would say that I assume that we haven't taken it lightly since 2008, when we had less than the 39 positions. And, and maybe I bet every department would like a couple of extra people, 2 or 3. Sure. But I guess when you're making budget decisions about where you're gonna place new personnel, you're putting 2 out at the water department, there maybe could have been 1 in the clerk's office. Councilor Elliott brought up having an inspector, that maybe is a good idea too. I don't know that, I'm just wondering what makes these positions be more important than those 2?
Okay.
Big scope of things.
Well, and I'll let Mr. Lahiff explain his rationale for requesting them, but in my, opinion, as I went through the budget, these positions made sense. The water fund is healthy. It can be afforded without as I said last week, any increase in the water rates for the foreseeable future. And if we can invest that money now and, again, put off those maintenance issues, then I think it makes sense. But I'll let Mr. Layhiff explain.
Sure. Also, Council, I'd like to add is that we have added physical apparatus. We've added new pump stations. We built 2 new water towers. We're also in the process of improving our lagoon system across the street, where we're going to be hopefully coming before this council for some new SRF money to do an under-drain system. So these are all systems that have to be maintained, and we're at the point where I think it's conducive to the operations where we become proactive instead of reactive to a lot of these things. So I think the job is an absolute necessary. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I'm
and
sure
this
you
is
do.
also a job that is going to take somebody who has knowledge and of skills in this type of work environment as well. This isn't somebody who has to, can be a minimal skilled person.
Okay, have you started the process of hiring these people?
We have 2 very strong in-house candidates.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any further discussion?
So,
Councilor Elliott.
thank you. So, I mean, I made my point earlier with other positions, and I think Council Kennedy just made the position, made the point before. It's priorities, and I mean, we spent millions of dollars at that plant, right? How much have we spent in the last, say, 5 years, Mr. Layhiff?
35 years?
No, the last, say, 5 years,
5
3
years.
years. And there's been a number of loan orders.
Yeah.
Sure, we're finishing up. We're in the last stages of the last 10.5 SRF project.
Right.
Over the last decade, 30+ million.
Right. So, and my understanding is those are going to be more automated, and so while the building is old, I mean, it's definitely, we spent a lot of money on it. So, I mean, I just think that there are other things in the city that we need at this particular point in time. I mean, so I move that that we don't need these 2 positions right now. Maybe in the future. I'm looking next year. I'm sure other departments wanted clerks and other positions of that nature. So I'm going to deal with other budgets. So I'd like to move that these 2 positions not be included in the budget.
Motion by Councilor Elliott, seconded by Councilor Kennedy. Mr. Manager?
Well, the only, I actually, Councilor Elliott made one of my points is that we did have a number of positions throughout the budget. A number of departments asked for positions, and we evaluated each one and made a decision based on the needs and certain determinations of what made sense long-term. In this case, it was a decision, first off, the money that's being put towards this can only be put towards water positions. And given the large amount of money that we have invested to keep this old facility in good shape, it makes more sense, in my opinion, and based upon the request of Mr. Layhiff, to do the preventive maintenance so that again, that $30 million that we've invested is money that is well spent and lasts a long period of time, as opposed to just spending it and letting it diminish again. So again, this water fund is healthy. It's not one that a year from now things are going to be tight in the water fund. We're going to still have a healthy amount of money there, and I'd rather spend the money on that than spend the money on debt service in the future.
Okay, so
Councilor Elliott.
Okay, so that's the mechanic end of it. And again, there's nothing including in the budget statement. Why a principal clerk?
Well, the principal clerk is really we were fortunate to have some employees there that were there for a very, very long period of time. When they left, they took a lot of the institutional memory with them. And that has resulted in new people coming on over there that, have to work their way through that, and is often the case. Someone that's been there a long period of time knows all the shortcuts to get things done. To do the job effectively, you sometimes need someone an additional person to fill that void. So that's really it, and it's really just to handle the administrative regulations of, we have quite a bit with the water billing and customer service that we're dealing with, as well as dealing with the DEP regulations, the paperwork that needs to go with that. So again, we think that this is one that will improve customer service and improve our effectiveness moving forward. But Mr. Lay, if you want to add anything to that.
Yes, and also, Counselor, I believe it was FY 2011, when the water billing admin from Public Works came over to our facility. We took on all of the responsibilities with that, as far as water billing, permitting, elderly discounts, address changes, all the requests that was normally done over at DPW. So when the ex-employee Donna Valancourt was over at DPW, she had the assistance of other clerks that worked at DPW. She came to our facility, that was not the norm. She came by herself. So now the new admin person is inundated with all this other responsibility. So this is clearly a position that we need. We're in the process of building 2 new offices out there. When people come through in the main foyer, they'll be able to get their whatever their requests are right there, so they don't have to walk through the plant. This is just a very positive step in improving the efficiencies.
Well, I'm just trying to keep rates down, trying to be consistent, and so I'm sure there are needs. There are needs everywhere. That's just my opinion.
Councilor Kennedy?
Yeah, if you have 2 strong in-house candidates, then really, these 2 positions are these are promotions, right? We're creating these positions in order to promote people in-house.
No, one potentially has a promotion. The principal clerk is an actual body that we'll have to bring brought in.
That'll be somebody new.
Absolutely.
Okay, so there's, all right, so you have 2 in-house candidates for 1 position. Is that correct? Is that what you meant? Before?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then we'll
Providing
backfill that.
Yeah, providing they apply.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, I mean, I can understand that you would think that you need the positions. I think the argument that you make probably is a stronger argument if we were talking about capital improvements than just new personnel. But, all right, I'll support the motion to cut the positions.
Councilor Martin?
Thank you. I was curious about the clerk's position too, because I see kind of on the customer service end, the need for final water readings, scheduling those, processing those, getting them done, and that's just one aspect of the job. I hear a lot of positive things about the person in that position, who seems to be very helpful and very friendly to the public, but is somewhat overwhelmed. So at least the limited experience I have, I think I can see justifies the need there.
Any further discussion? Councilor Leahy?
Thank you. I was just going to add that normally I think, we could probably do without these, but hearing the justification and for the customer service and where this kind of pays for itself, and it's just going to enhance the service for the customers, so I'm going to support it.
Again, this is the motion by Councilor Elliott.
I have one question, Mr.
Councilor Mercia?
Thank you. Through you to Danny Layeff. What is the line item that says consumer confidence? What does that mean?
The Consumer Conference Report, that's our annual report that we have to mail. It's part of the Federal Clean Water Act. It has to be mailed out annually to all the residents or consumers of the potable water. Yep.
Any further discussion? Councilor Elliott?
We don't vote on the revenues, but I guess it's somewhat related because I don't know where to ask the question, but on scrap metal, Mr. Layeff, how much did you collect this year?
I think approximately $1,700 to $1,800.
$1,700, $1,800. That was for the whole year?
Yes, I believe, yeah.
What do you anticipate next year? How much or this fiscal year? How much
What do we anticipate on scrap metal? That's something that we can't particularly gauge. it is what it is, it's scrap metal. A lot of times in these jobs, the metal stays on the ground. A lot of times, not every particular job produces scrap. So I know that we are diligent on being accurate with it and turning it in. I can assure you that.
You have a policy, what is the policy that,
Policy is that all materials come back.
right? Now, how do you track that? I mean, you go out to do a job, is there a work order? I'm just curious what the process is, how you track it.
Well, again, it depends on the job count. So it can be anything from a valve change to an old meter turnout to a service change to a water main repair.
Right.
It depends on what the job is. So they go out, they do what they do, they come back and turn it in.
Right.
It's pretty much that simple. There's a couple of different piles, one that goes for cast iron or ductile, the other one is strictly brass and copper.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Kennedy.
Just one, Mr. Mayor. So is there any check on that, on the scrap metal?
As far as what's turned in,
Yeah. I mean, if you're only collecting $1,700 a year, that doesn't
Right.
seem like very much to me. But
Okay.
the publicity that your department's gotten in recent years
sure.
makes it seem like other people collected a lot more than the city collected in scrap metal. And so my question is, how do you check when people bring it in? How do you know that they're not bringing it someplace else?
Bringing the scrap to somewhere else?
Yeah.
Well, if somebody goes out and does a meter change out, they should be able to account for where that meter went. And the meter comes back and it goes into a bin and it's turned in periodically.
Okay.
If somebody goes out and does a service change, again, you might have 10 feet or 3/4 inch copper that they don't pull, for lack of better terms, they leave it in the ground. They replace what they replace and they go back, and from that job, virtually no scrap comes back.
Why would they do that? Why would they leave copper in the ground?
Well, it depends on the complexity of the job. Sometimes you can pull it, sometimes you can't. Embedded in rock, there's all circumstances can be different pertaining to that.
Yeah.
I guess it's, your effort that you want to put into taking the copper.
I mean, that doesn't seem like much at all, right? That's for the year, $1,700 a year.
Well, I think if we looked at the receipts historically, they all go down to Haverline and steel. And it's all combined and thrown in. So I guess that you're right, as far as the publicity goes, it doesn't seem like a lot, but I assure you that everything else will, from now on, will be accounted for.
Okay.
It's the best we can do.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please. Again, this is on the motion by Councilor Elliott, seconded by Councilor Kennedy.
Councilor Kennedy.
Yes.
Councilor Leahy.
No.
Councilor Laurie.
No.
Councilor Martin.
No.
Councilor Madonza.
No.
Councilor Mercia.
No.
Mayor Murphy.
No.
Councilor Nguyen.
No.
Councilor Elliott.
Yes.
2 yeas.
Again, we need a motion to approve the $2,080,888.
So moved.
So moved by Councilor Noon, seconded by Councilor Laurie. Roll call, please.
Councilor Kennedy.
Yes.
Councilor Leahy.
Yes.
Councilor Laurie.
Yes.
Councilor Martin.
Yes.
Councilor Madonza.
Yes.
Councilor Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Elliott.
Yes.
9 yeas.
The Water Department, we have under ordinary expenses, the amount of $2,863,200.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Councilor Laurie, seconded by Councilor Leahy. Councilor Mendoza.
I noticed quite a bit of electricity expense. That's energy intensive operation, I guess. But I was wondering on the new solar panel array that was installed at the plant, how are we receiving any revenue from that or any savings?
The system actually went online, I believe it was May 28th. So far, it's looking like we produced approximately $5,500 of energy. We're hoping with the SREX and the forecasting that we're going to be looking at about $150,000 in savings. Conservative number.
Is that going to come in as a revenue number, or is it going to offset your electricity costs?
It'll be a combination of both, Counselor. You get a percentage of SREX from the state, and the energy that we produce, obviously, will come off what we need to take off the grid. So I guess that would be a savings in our electrical costs.
And the SRECs would be revenues coming in? All right, thank you.
So-
Any further discussion? Councilor Elliott.
So the energy that's produced from that solar field goes, it doesn't go to operate the plant?
Yes, a portion will.
A portion of it?
Absolutely.
How come all of it didn't? I mean, wouldn't it make sense
Oh,
that?
no, that will, I'm sorry. Yes, it
Okay.
will. Whatever we don't use off the grid, what we produce off the solar, you're right, we will use to produce.
So do we use all of the energy, I'm going to presume that, knowing how much energy that plant takes. So all of the energy from that solar field goes to power
Right.
the plant, and
yes.
then whatever else we need comes off the grid?
Right. Right. And that should reduce your line item.
And how did the SRECs work with municipalities?
Well, according to the DEP, I believe the number right now is about 30 cents kilowatt hour. So I guess it was reported it's less than that. From what we've been told, it's a guarantee to 30 cents. So what we're forecasting with our system conservative number, we're looking at about $80,000, we're hoping.
$80,000 back from?
SREC.
From SRECs. Okay.
Hey, we'll go towards, that helps sort of offset the cost of the construction of the solar
Right. And the debt,
panels.
Which was part of the loan order for that?
Correct.
Yeah.
Which was funded in part by the SRF, but
Right.
reduced the cost. But we paid for those panels ourselves with the assistance of the SRF funding. But the SRECs will help offset that debt service for us.
How much was that project? Construction of that project?
Dan, the
I'm
construction.
sorry, the total cost?
Construction.
Just under 2 million.
Just under 2 million?
Just under 2.
So 2 million, and we got 80,000 in SRECs?
Right.
One-time credit?
No, I don't believe so. No.
For how long?
Nobody knows?
Yeah, we'll have to check on that, but those would go, those as well as the energy savings, which will be about, you said about $5,500 for a month?
Since May 28th, give or
Okay.
take, yeah.
So,
Calculating.
another $60,000, $70,000.
Sure.
Will go towards that debt, comes off, is money for the city, which will offset what our debt service was on this.
Could we find out about that SREC? Because that would make the difference. Either it's costing us money or we're saving
Right.
money.
That's, you've asked for a report on that, we'll put
Okay.
that report together for you,
Thank
Council.
you.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie. Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
8 yeas.
Next, we have for Water Department debt service in the amount of $3,016,088.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Counsel Martin, second by Counsel Leahy. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie. Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
8 yeas, excuse me.
Next, we have under Lowell Memorial Auditorium, ordinary expenses of $1,335,000. Move to approve by Counsel Mendoza, second by Counsel Mercia. Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercia.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
The final number I have
That's okay.
So for the grand total, I have a number of $316,995,368. The in-city council vote approving the budget for the city of Lowell for fiscal year 2014 pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, subsection 32. The city manager submitted a proposed budget for fiscal year 2014 to the Lowell City Council on May 28, 2013. The city council held an advertised public hearing to consider the proposed budget on June 11, 2013, and upon motion, the city council accepted the budget as submitted by the city manager after reductions otherwise separately voted, if any. Now therefore be it voted by the city council of the city of Lowell, that the city council of the city of Lowell hereby adopts and approves the budget for fiscal year 2014 for the city of Lowell, including all line items and salary grid therein, as if separately voted thereon, in the sum of $316,995,368, which sum shall be appropriated and raised by taxation and other sources, including but not limited to revenue sharing. What's the wish of the council? Move to approve by Council Kennedy, second by Council Laurie. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Kennedy.
Yes.
Counsel Leahy.
Yes.
Counsel Laurie.
Yes.
Counsel Martin.
Yes.
Counsel Madonza.
Yes.
Counsel Mercier.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Counsel Nguyen.
Yes.
Counsel Elliott.
Yes.
That's 9 yeas.
Thank you. Thank you
Motion to
to
adjourn.
Council Kennedy.
If I could, I'd just like to take a minute to commend the city manager on the budget document. It was a good budget, and I think that the fact that it's a good budget is reaffirmed by the process that we just went through tonight, looking at it line item by line item. I will say this, that I would prefer if the process was a little bit different. This is a 350-page document that this body basically had 21 days, had in its hands for 21 days. And I don't know whether it's possible to get the city council the budget a little earlier or maybe, or something, but 350 pages to consume and in a comprehensive way in 21 days is a Aegean task. And the administration has much longer than it to do the budget. So just again, I commend you, but it would be good if we could figure out a better way to do this next year. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Motion by Council Kennedy, seconded by Council Leahy. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, so voted. Thank you to the city manager, his administration, and all the department heads who attended.